We are now turning to item G2, Bylaws 2022-09 and 2022-10, 800 3rd Avenue, MDP and LUB amendments. And I'd look first to Ms. Miller to kick things off for this one.
Good afternoon, members of council and those viewing us this afternoon. Well, before you today is another complex application. It would not be a planning application if it wasn't complex. It's an application that is again asking for a policy as well as a regulatory approval concurrently. It's also further complicated due to some of the environmental aspects of this proposal. Now, both the applicant's consultant and the town's third-party reviewer are present today and will be available for any questions that are specific to the environmental nature of this application. As I've noted in similar applications, the applicant will come forward to provide an overview of the application and the rationale behind some of the development as well as design decisions they are proposing. As always, I encourage council to direct the questions about why, what, when, and how to the applicant as it pertains to this particular development. Now, administration will provide a presentation after the applicant, and we will speak to how the proposal aligns with applicable town policy and regulation. Now, while administration has and will continue to support council in interpreting policy as part of their decision-making, the decision of if it's good enough ultimately rests with council. So despite some of the complexities of this particular application, for this matter to proceed, there is no additional approvals or consents required by any other external group or other level of government. This is a decision that rests solely with council. So once council has concluded their questions for administration, council can move into their regular deliberations regarding first reading. So with that, I will now turn the floor over to Mr. Bill Marshall, who is representing the applicant, to provide council with an overview of the application.
Thank you. And before Mr. Marshall takes the mic, I would just let council know the overall movement of things in the next hour or so will be as follows. After Mr. Marshall speaks, there will of course be opportunity for questions of the applicant. Then we'll have Mr. Fish, and we, as Ms. Miller said, we have the third-party reviewer attending online, I believe, and there are questions there. Once we're finished with the presentations and the questions, we'll then move to each of the bylaws respectively and deal with them in the order that they are in the amendment in the agenda. When we deal with each one, the first thing I'll ask for before people start speaking to it generally is if there are any amendments to a particular agenda, so that we can get any amendments dealt with first, and then we can debate the motion as amended if there are any amendments. And we'll do that for each bylaw, and then should the bylaws, one or both, be passed for first reading, we'll need to be setting a public hearing, and we'll do that last. Great, so thank you very much. Thank you for the start. And Mr. Marshall, welcome to council, and the microphone is yours whenever you're ready.
Thank you, and good afternoon to members of council and to administration and all of those joining us today. We have before you today a long journey that's resulted in this land use proposal, and one I'm extremely delighted to represent, because I think it represents something very special to the community, and the idea of preservation of land and taking it to a place where we normally don't see land moving. I'd like to start by introducing both the landowners and the members of our team. Bernie and Jan McCaffrey are here today. If you did, thank you. I have with me Keenan Radichuk, who is our professional biologist. Lori Van Royen, who is our owner's representative. Michelle Huet, our planner from McElhinney. It's close, wasn't it? I got it very, very close. And of course, Rosemary Bolton from the Palliative Care Society, who I think many of you know. And you've probably had the wonderful opportunity of hearing the message that comes from the Palliative Care group. Over the last 2 years, we've had a dialogue with the town of Canmore over the future of these lands. And indeed, we're only just picking up that small piece of what has been well over 30 or 40 years of discussion. This particular portion of land in the town has had many, many aspirations laid over it. Recently, not so many. It is essentially dormant as a piece of private land until recently the McCaffreys acquired the land back in around 2019. Around that time, shortly thereafter, they had an opportunity to engage in a conversation quietly with the Palliative Care group. And there seemed to be a match made in heaven, the opportunity of sharing a piece of this land for the community and also have a chance to build their house. So it was a modest aspiration, and with that, I was asked to go to the town and represent those interests and take forward a simple initiative, to which we had a conversation with Mr. Fish, and he said, you know, the best thing to do is just lay out your idea. Tell us what you think you plan, because we'd really like to have a big picture. And I said, well, there's no magic, nothing hidden. We're going to tell you the whole story. We'll tell it once and we'll tell it well. But what became really very interesting in the process is there was a number of very specific parameters, and I think that Lauren was referring to it today, is what looks simple isn't necessarily that simple. There's a lot of layered pieces that involve both us, as the proponents, and you, as the adjudicators of those, to measure the value and success of the intent and the overall goals. So the McCaffreys are not residential developers. So while you see many people representing their interests in what they do here, this is distinctly not what they do. They are simply people who bought a piece of land, were looking for something to do that would help the community as well as take care of their interests. It's worth pointing out that the contribution of this land is going to greatly reduce the burden on the Palliative Care group, given the opportunity to have this land, which will be given to them through a generous donation, serviced. Those services come with costs. And with those costs, there had to be a way to offset some of these costs. And so we said, what if we were allowed to put in a modest amount of residential development that would essentially provide for the opportunity to offset some of these costs? We have worked very, very hard to prioritize environmental land ownership stewardship over private development. And I think this is really key. And I think you can never diminish that aspect of this application because it's a bit weird. Like, where does something like this come from? Did it just sort of pop out of the sky because it sounds almost too good to be true? But we knew it wasn't going to be easy. Otherwise, something like that land would have been done, something would have happened to it a long time ago. So it's a modest, low-scale development. All built forms are strategically placed on northern edges of the property in very, very specific areas where, through a series of very, very specific negotiations with the town, and I want to emphasize this, none of those negotiations began before there was environmental terms of reference. They were negotiated between not only the town's independent third-party representative and our own biologist. I also partake in the elements of land use, how we utilize the land from a planning perspective. Oh, that's me timing out. And so there was a remarkable amount of synergistic conversation going on long before we had an idea of really where things were going to go. We had a hunch, intuitively, we had a sense of where the area should be that we want to protect, what's available to us, and then the overlay of the complexity of the land use bylaws, the MDP, and the wording and contradictions that exist inside these documents, because there is. And I have Michelle here to speak about those contradictions and how they just sort of occur from time to time. We've also worked very hard with our neighbors to address the issues that are of interest to them, principally neighbors on 3rd Avenue. Those are adjacent residential owners, talking about traffic that might be increased. And of course, Spring Creek, but we know that there is actually a property line between these properties right now. And through that ARP, it was never intended to exercise any control or interest over the lands that we're looking at today. We've hosted over 5 open houses and met with several of the direct neighbors. We've had remarkable response from the community, largely very, very supportive. And our SSRs have gone through the roof in terms of response and how we qualify for the kind of contributions we're making. I'd like to take you through a piece of this now and just show you, of course, where the site is located. I think all of us know exactly where the site is located. You take a moment to look how big 22 acres really is. It's a sizable piece of the downtown, if you like. It's also a good portion of perhaps 30% of Spring Creek Mountain Village. This is 22 acres of open land. That has been held privately. It's been cleared, as you can see. I don't know if you can see it that well, but it's an area that's been pasture land in the past, been utilized and manipulated, if you like, in green space over time. It is, by the way, utilized by the public daily. It is heavily used for recreational purposes, dog walking, biking, and so on, because simply people see it as a piece of open space. It is indeed private land. And there has been discussions before about, do we have an obligation as owners to put up a fence? It's our land. Should we do that? We said, no, let's have this conversation in front of council and decide collectively, what is the most important thing to do here? So the land as we see it today has Spring Creek along the north edge. We are serviced by 3rd Avenue on the northeast corner. Utilities run to this area. And in summary, we can get into more of the details later, we also have support from engineering principle that this is a serviceable land site. It can be serviced with all the requirements that we are currently providing for on the site. Okay, whoops, help. What's that? You'll just want to scroll down. Oh, we push on the roller while I'm going? Yeah. Just scroll down. Yeah, okay, great. So, as I say, the provisions of the land use and the descriptions that you see here are called sub-districts. It's the way we categorize them into the proposed land use district, a direct control district. Direct control simply because there's no way to write a district around this because it's so specialized. Approximately 9% of the site area is actually used for buildings. There's another couple of percent, maybe 3% or so in there for roads. Essentially, it's a non-development development. We have in the areas of sub-district A, the area of the allocated to the palliative care group, a modest building of 6 to 8 beds, about 19,000 square feet, I believe, in area. And it is, and I'll take you a little further through that in a minute, but that's located in Sub-District A. Sub-District B is the provision for up to 3 homes on the site, has a continuation of 3rd Avenue and an extension. You can see the cul-de-sac coming down there. The cul-de-sac also intentionally is terminating at an access road that would service both the private residence for the McCaffreys as well as the palliative care. The Sub-District C is a portion of land that is within the property and outside the habitat patch, in fact, and is a site dedicated to 2 more homes. So we have the potential of 5 homes. If a choice occurred where somebody said, I would like to buy more than 1 lot, if they so choose, the house sizes don't double. And I want to be really clear on that. We have absolute restrictions built into this bylaw. They're very consistent with the kind of bylaw that we have for single-family residential units. We have, and I'll get into that in a minute, increased some of the sizing marginally, and I know Mr. Fish may be speaking to that, and I think there may be some clarification required on some of the numerology that has been developed. But the intention is to provide for these homes and for accessory dwelling units at the choice of the resident owner. So Subdistrict D is the area where the single-family home and some outbuildings will occur on the site. Again, there's a little piece of information I think that we clarify right here. The maximum heights across the site areas are all 9.5 meters. That also applies to the residential building on Subdistrict D, and the reference to a 12-meter height was only in reference to some outbuildings or a barn or something of that might require extra height.
Sorry, what was that, a barn?
A barn or a building, an accessory building that might require some extra height, but certainly not for the house itself. Can I do that? No. I'm rolling it. It's rolling, but nothing's moving.
I think if you move your cursor down a bit.
Oh, get it live again. There we go. Thank you. Look, I'm a pro now. Okay. This diagram is really very essential because now that I've told you where the things are occurring, what these diagrams, bubble diagrams, doodles, call it what you will, but it's actually a very, very deep evaluation, inspection, and review of what the characteristics are of the land such that we know we're using the land resourcefully, with environmental sensitivity, and appropriately, and taking residential use, or in this instance call it human impact, and consolidating it with those areas where there is already residential development. So namely, because we're not talking about much development to speak of anyway, Third Avenue is the principal avenue that is servicing the site, and so intuitively I think we'd all come up with the idea that Third Avenue seems like the place to come in. It's actually serviced, it's a public right-of-way, and it already comes to the site, which makes it a legally bound portion of land to the town. The blue area is an area in a region in which we have a protection of a shrubby swamp area, and it is identified and examined thoroughly in the biologist's report of this study. Remembering that before any of this work began in the analysis, the terms of reference that were established by your own consultant, an independent biologist, were navigated and negotiated between the two professionals to set the terms of reference before the work began. So the parameters that we're seeing and we can represent to you are those that were set by the town in conjunction with our own biologists. So areas that were of consideration are the areas of the blue. Containment of human activity up in the top left corner became paramount. It was, if there is to be development, it seems a natural place to be, and Keenan will speak to the rationale behind that. The green areas, of course, around Spring Creek, merging with Policeman's Creek, are all protected areas. They're setbacks, they're creeks. They're not to be disturbed. They're to remain in their wild condition around those areas in the creek setbacks in the creek itself, which leaves a small remainder of land, as I referred to in Area C, for the opportunity to build a couple of homes. The improvements to vegetation, the largest portion of the land where the single-family home will be built will be rehabilitated and improved, restored. And so what our goal is here is to come to a solution for the land use that stabilizes it and actually improves it. Improves it in terms of reducing foot traffic human impact on the site, because we're actually going to essentially privatize it. That's effectively what you do. As soon as if you have somebody walking through your backyard every day, you'd want to do something about that. Say, we don't want the impact you're walking through my garden or you're walking along my creek front that's on my house. So why don't we stop that? So, and in doing so, you may actually protect pieces of it. We've got great portions of Spring Creek and Policeman's Creek wending all the way through the entire town. And we thought this is an opportunity to utilize the pathway systems that are already proposed within the Spring Creek ARP that run along the property lines to the north, and that we preserve and protect the green spaces to the south as part of our job. So it's a partnership. We do the two things together. So those pathway systems that people are using now will move and loop around the south end of Spring Creek. So all of these things were taken into consideration, and so began the planning work that we were able to do on the site, guided by these principles. Come on, don't go there. So again, the 4 sub-districts, A, B, C, and D, A being the palliative care, sub-district B and C are residential, and sub-district D. There is in this diagram a path system that I hope you can see if I can use the cursor. It is the road into the palliative care, and a provision for a future easement across the site here. This is a long-standing easement built into both this property and the property and the neighboring property of Dr. Duncan Brown, which is a provision for an alternate easement to allow the privilege of moving through this site and back onto 3rd Avenue in the event that the CPR right-of-way is ever closed, and probably a sensible one to have anyway. So it is there, and this is the provision, and this is an illustration of where it might occur in accordance with the agreements that are covenanted on both titles at the moment. So it's very much a real thing that's there. I want to take a moment to talk about what the palliative care's ambitions are. I am not the expert on it. I have designed several of them, so I have a good idea of what's involved and what the purpose is. But it's a community resource. It's something you don't have right now, end-of-life care. Modest number of beds, 2 for caregivers, and then 6 for the actually residents. It's neither small nor large, but it's an adequate, an appropriate scaled kind of facility. It's a 1-story building, and I think that one of the most remarkable pieces of this is, frankly, the setting. You know, it's a great spot. It's a spot that we all came to when we, came here. You wanted to see Three Sisters, the iconic view. Well, that's what this is. So it's kind of a gift and a half, kind of nice. So a modest building, and as you can see, 1-story building. And one of the interesting parts of this, of course, is that it generates a new form of employment in the valley. It's going to bring educated people in the valley, new jobs. It's a public, of course, a community benefit, those kinds of things that we talk about. When we talk about how do we make the decisions to make land use changes, they have to pass those kinds of scrutinies about, is it the right thing? Does it meet the test? And the tests are, is it something that is of public benefit? Yes. Can it be serviced? Yes, without impacts on the infrastructure. No, it's already there and ready to be serviced. Will it create economic growth and development? There's no question it will. And those are primarily the principal pieces, and that it's already set up for its land use through continuity physically and with the services, that we can have all of these things integrated without a burden to the town. So these are resources that, if a decision is to support this and move ahead, you're giving a gift of this piece as a portion of the overall development. This is an example of one of the rooms, respite care rooms, and they're really quite delightful. I think it's worth noting here, because there's going to be a lot of conversation today about habitat patch, environmental impact, conservative conservation lands, terms that are going to get very confusing. And we're going to start with Keenan talking about his task to talk about the environmental impacts. But I think as lay people, it's worth looking at and asking ourselves, the site, as we know it today, is on the south end of the Spring Creek development, which will be the largest comprehensive development in the downtown core. There's no question. And it's going to be terrific, and it's going to bring vitality and form into the core. The Millennium Park is down in this neighborhood. We have secondary road access down to the waste treatment and recycling centers. We have 3rd Avenue, which is heavily trafficked and continues to connect down into this area. We have connections up to the Provincial Park, which is adjacent to the waste treatment center, the recycling center. And we have other industrial uses to the south. Canmore, wastewater, as I say, transfer stations and so on. And in fact, a fairly heavy traffic movements every day. Vehicles moving in and out along the road systems to the south of us. So I don't want anybody to think that this is a preserved, pristine piece of land that has no other impacts around it. I have often said, and I will continue to say, the real edge of physical impacts in this town are at the edge of where the material handling buildings are, waste treatment plant, and everything else in between can be preserved and protected as they are now, but can be guaranteed through the process of what we're going through today, that we can effectively bring a final use that is benign and is going to contribute to the community. So I want us to remind ourselves that we're not talking about a piece of land in the middle of the wilderness. This is in the core, and it is actually currently designated for future development. So it's recognized that it has those benefits to the community, and this is our proposal. So, and I think it's self-evident where the site is located, and as you know, I mean, I'm sorry, the green dot is not where it is, of course. It's pointing to a piece right here. And the purple areas essentially are the larger areas of the footprint of the town, of which we're subtending right off the edge corner. This parcel of land carries with it the privileges of development, plus the conservation elements, plus the portions of the non-development elements that we want to propose and carry forward here, makes it kind of unique, a very unusual and unique proposition. And this essentially shows you the land use patterning that is going on in town, and I'm sure all of you are very familiar with the land use patterns. And you can see that we're actually right in the dead center of essentially the core of the community. So again, I remind us that that it's not only down in our core, but for the palliative care, it's an incredibly good site because it virtually is accessible by everybody in the community, by bicycle, by foot. Limited car traffic is required. And why is that? Because it's right there. It's very, very close, and yet most people, until we have the opportunity to develop this, wouldn't have even known that. So it's a great site in that regard, and this takes us to a point where we start talking about the land use pieces, and I am certainly not the expert on land use itself, and I have Michelle here to answer any questions once we hear from Mallory, because I'm sure there'll be a good exchange of information. But the Future Development District is exactly what it says. It's there to be considered by council if something is presented to you that merits consideration to bring it into the town for future development, and that's what we're proposing today. We'll hear from Keenan. He'll talk more about where this actually fits through the perspective and lens of wildlife into habitat patch and impacts. I think one of the interesting things that came out of our assessment is the reduction of human impact through the privatization and control of this land will largely improve the condition of this land. McCaffreys have no problem with wildlife moving through their backyard, and nor will any of the other residents, because it would be part of what they should expect to see occur. but at least we're going to improve the situation and effectively take away the casual use by people daily walking through the site, bicycles and so on, and essentially disturbing it. So there would be a substantial reduction in the human impact because literally there's much fewer people on the site. And those the area where it is busier, for instance, the palliative care, is designated over against the 3rd Avenue area and the extension of it, which I would suggest in the future you're going to see developed, you're going to see it improved, you're going to see increased foot traffic through there for the whole community, and quite logically an emergency access down to the waste treatment and recycling areas as well. So intuitively, naturally, it is the core spine of circulation to the site, and the whole intent is to move all that development to the northwest corners and of course dissipate and retain in existing conditions all those uses to the east. So in other words, reduce the human impact on the easterly sides of the site, not only within our site, but and continuing to do so over in the Brown area, Canmore Ranch and so on, and really concentrate the future uses today and in the future along 3rd Avenue, and then of course over to the park settings, the provincial park settings along the river. So I think I've covered most of the material, and I know that we're going to have a lot of conversation both from administration, but if I could call on Keenan for a moment. May I? Thank you, Keenan. And Keenan Rudachuk, who has been working valiantly with us for the last couple of years. We've become good friends. So I'm going to pass it on to you.
Thanks, Bill.
All right.
Thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Keenan Rudachuk. I'm a professional biologist. My area of expertise is in wildlife biology and terrestrial ecology. I mention that because this EIS covers more than just terrestrial aspects. There's also an aquatic component, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to write a report that included that, included aquatic resources, although I can speak to them today if any questions come up. So the EIS that we prepared was developed based on a terms of reference that was provided, well, it was developed in collaboration with the town of Canmore and the third-party reviewer. That terms of reference formed the rules of engagement for what was to be looked at, the scope of the assessment, and the spatial and temporal boundaries. So what area are we looking at and what timelines are we looking at? So it was a fairly robust terms of reference for the type of development that's being proposed for this one. But what it does is it has a really good look at all of the resources, terrestrial, aquatic, and subsurface, and evaluates this proposal relative to the potential impacts of the project. So the purpose of an EIS is to describe the proposed land use, describe existing environmental conditions on and surrounding the property, identify significant natural ecological features, which I'll point out in a second here, describe the potential impacts of the project on all of the environmental resources, and then most importantly probably to recommend mitigation to avoid, reduce, or offset for those potential disturbances. And finally, to determine any significance of residual effects. And so the significance determination was scaled similar to the way federal impact assessments are done, but it was relative to the size of this proposal. So just to reiterate, the EIS was based on a terms of reference that was it was a collaborative approach with the town and the third-party reviewer. And I understand Brian's on the call, so hello to Brian. He is the third-party reviewer. All of the figures that I'm going to share today are direct from the EIS, and it makes it easy to communicate how the EIS was written and any questions directly to the EIS. This figure was borrowed from the Bow Corridor Ecological Advisory Committee's map of habitat patches and wildlife movement corridors. I'm sure you're all familiar with this, but if you're not, the green blobs are habitat patches, and they vary in their proposed functions. Some are regional habitat patches, and others are local habitat patches. And the great legend at the bottom there differentiates those. The long yellow linear movement corridors, the linear polygons. And I'm confident everyone's seen this. The reason I have it up today is to show where the site is relative to these movement corridors and habitat patches, but also to indicate that this is the scale, if not bigger, that I tend to think about developments like this with the species that we're talking about. So elk, obviously, deer, moose, wolves, grizzly bears, black bears, they all move on the landscape at a scale that's at this scale or larger. And so when I think about impact assessments, although we write about each house is going to be X square meters, this is where my brain is at, or further back. This is an image you've seen a couple times today. Again, it's the conceptual design that is presented in the EIS. And what it shows is the sub-districts colorized. It's a pretty figure. We're going to talk a little bit more about the green polygon in the southwest of the figure, and the 20-meter setback on Spring Creek. So this figure here demonstrates the spatial boundaries that we looked at. The yellow polygon is the property boundary. The green polygon is a 150-meter buffer on the property, and that's intended to capture indirect effects of the project. And those are most likely to occur during construction. So noise from equipment or hammering with nails, equipment moving around. The red polygon is a 500-meter buffer on the orange polygon, which is kind of tough to see, but the orange polygon is the boundary of the South Canmore local habitat patch. So we use that for our regional assessment area, and within that red polygon, we quantified all of the existing disturbance over time, so we could have some kind of an understanding of how much disturbance exists, how much natural landscape remains, and what it all means in the big picture. So it was both a qualitative assessment, or a quantitative assessment, as well as a qualitative assessment. As part of the EIS, I mentioned we map out existing resources, and we simplify it a little bit. What we ended up doing is classifying the property based by dominant veg classes. And what you have is a coniferous forest in that kind of lime green. The darker green is a tall shrub, which is predominantly willow species and other tall shrubby species. And then there's a low shrub grass ecosystem that Bill spoke to about being previously disturbed. It's just an open, grassy, shrubby, but low shrub, so less than a meter in height. And that's predominantly what the property is. There's a shrubby swamp wetland in the southwest of the property. That's a unique ecosystem that came out and was identified through the environmental impact assessment process. So first we mapped this and then we ground truth it. And as it was being ground truth, this wetland was identified. Early designs, this is a pretty key point about the conceptual design and how the EIS influenced the project. Early designs had the palliative care center right up against the 3rd Avenue trail or berm or whichever you'd like to call it. And with no hesitation, once that wetland was identified, we also identified a suitable setback on it, and the palliative care center was shifted to the east and configured so that there'd be no impact on the shrubby swamp wetland, and all roads and access points would avoid that shrubby swamp wetland. So I talked about identifying sensitive environmental features, and that's one of the most on the landscape. Spring Creek and Policeman Creek are obviously both sensitive features. They provide habitat for fish and clean water for fish in the Bow. The dashed blue line is the 20-meter setback that was established following guidelines in the town's 2020 bylaw. This is a key part about quantifying disturbance. So once we've mapped the ecosystems, we overlay the conceptual design on those ecosystems, and we can determine what the footprint is going to be based on this conceptual design. So we can tell you exactly how many square meters is road and how many square meters is proposed building, and what that means as far as loss of coniferous forest, for example, or whichever ecosystem. It's all been quantified in the report. This is a pretty telling figure. This is a figure from Strava. Maybe not everyone is familiar with Strava, but how Strava works is recreational users can turn Strava on their phone, and Strava will lay a trail wherever they walk. And the wider the trail and the darker the trail is an indicator of how well used that trail is. So you can see the Trans-Canada Highway on the kind of the northeast of this figure. 3rd Avenue obviously gets a lot of traffic. You can't tell if they're cycling or running or skiing or dog walking, but what you do know is that not everyone uses Strava when they go for a walk or a ski. And so this is just it's a snippet of the potential number of users that are moving through the site, moving through the South Canmore Local Habitat Patch. And as an independent biologist who has an independent opinion, I look at this and I see that humans are using it quite extensively, including the subject site there. It's got some traffic. This is the figure that we developed that described the cumulative effects assessment that was completed for the project. The terms for the cumulative effects assessment was discussed with the third-party reviewer, and like I said, we quantified all of the disturbance within the South Canmore Local Habitat Patch, and that's the panel on the left would be imagery from 1997. So the way cumulative effects works, you look at the past, present, and reasonably foreseeable developments, and you can quantify changes in disturbance over time. And so what we were asked to do is look at the condition of the habitat patch in 1997, which is about the time when it was established. Look at the condition of the habitat patch in 2020, which was the kind of the baseline for this impact assessment. And I know this isn't, it's probably tough to see, but I know it fairly well. There's orange polygons in the 97 image. In the 2020 image, there's some red line work and red polygons adjacent. And what that shows is expansion of the water treatment facility and new trails and networks that weren't there in 97. And then for RFD, or reasonable foreseeable development, that includes currently approved or reasonably foreseeable developments. And we were asked to include the Three Sisters development in this one. So it's that hatched blob in the bottom left. I think that's the end of my figures, but maybe I kind of skimmed over the EIS. The components that were assessed and evaluated throughout were soils and terrain, vegetation and ecosystems, wildlife and wildlife habitat, fish and fish habitat, water and water quality, land and resource use, air quality, and cultural and heritage. As part of the wildlife and wildlife habitat assessment, we were asked to look at use by large mammals, including predators. And so we lumped in wolves, grizzly bears, black bears, cougar, and obviously elk and moose and other large mammals. I think that pretty much covers the EIS. It was a fairly standard impact assessment. Like I mentioned, it was maybe a bit robust for what we were looking at, but now we have a really good idea of what's going on the land and how it might be affected by this proposal. Yeah.
Would you comment on the net cumulative decision or review consensus or outcomes?
Yeah, I suppose we can talk about the cumulative effects decision. It's a complicated process. You can tell I struggle to explain these figures. Oh, that's gone. So, hot seat, Bill, thank you.
Will the net consensus of the outcome of the conclusions of the report?
Well, so the third-party review looked at the report, evaluated our outcomes of the report. They didn't agree with the cumulative effects assessment that we determined, and what we had determined at the time was that this project would not result in a cumulative effect. There is a sentence in their response that's critical, and what they say in that sentence is that even though if we were to change our determination on cumulative effects, so we had said it wouldn't be a cumulative effect, had we changed our determination on that, it wouldn't affect the overall outcome of the impact assessment. I hope I got that clear. What that means to me is that the findings of our EIS, which were that the project would have negligible to low effects on all of the resources that we looked at, I lost my place. Changing the impact of the designation does not alter the overall conclusions of the EIS. And our overall conclusions of the EIS were that the project would have a low to negligible effect on all of those resources, soils and terrain and all the things. And so what that means to me is that although the third-party reviewer believed that this would contribute to existing ongoing cumulative effects in the valley, that this proposal and this project would result in negligible to low effects. So they were agreeing with us and at the same time disagreeing with us. It's a complicated decision for me to describe.
It's a special talent.
Yeah, did it make sense?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Marshall, will there be anybody else Mr. Marshall, will there be anybody else presenting on behalf of the applicant, or can we open it up to questions?
No, I think you're certainly here to respond to any more detailed questions that may be.
Yeah, so.
Oh, certainly, sorry. Thank you, but no, but we're certainly here to respond to questions that may arise from Mr. Fish's presentation.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So I know that there will be some questions, and I imagine that whoever's best to answer the question will come forward and do that. We do need whoever answers the question to come to the mic, because that's what's picked up on the recording, and so that we can capture that answer for those who are wanting to see this later. Okay, so I will open up questions to council. While council's getting their thoughts together there, I'll start with an environmental question. And Mr. Marshall, in his presentation, had indicated that through this proposed development along the north and east, that it could actually act as a containment of human activity. And I was wondering if you could comment on that further.
You bet. I think what Bill was trying to get at, and I think he'd probably agree that environmental considerations might not be his strong suit, but he nailed it in that currently there is existing and ongoing disturbance with humans using the South Canmore local habitat patch and including the property. I keep looking up at Dr. Kopak there because we did have a figure that with Strava. I think what Bill was getting at, and I would agree with him, is that by putting these houses in place, you're going to concentrate human land use and development. You know, for sure there's going to be maybe more, how do I want to put that? Currently, there are people traversing the property and traversing the South Canmore local habitat patch without following designated trails and certain things like that. If this were to become a private, well, it is privately held, but if those houses were to be constructed, the human footprint as far as regular disturbance and incursions into habitat being used by wildlife will be concentrated to the palliative care center and the parking lot, to the driveways of the buildings, and things like that. So that kind of gets to the question of wildlife habitat disturbance. If you walk up to elk, they run away. That costs energy on the elk's behalf, and that can be considered a disturbance, and regular disturbance costs more energy, puts them at risk of predation.
So is it then is the logical conclusion then that through this development, the functionality of the remainder of the site and the local habitat patch could be improved?
Oh, for sure, yeah. And so when we talk about mitigation, mitigation is simply what types of actions can you do during and following construction to avoid, reduce, and offset or compensate for particular disturbance. And some of the compensation that's been discussed, and it includes revegetation of the areas that are currently low shrub, or like along Spring Creek where there's areas where shrubs are not growing. That feeds into climate change. That feeds into the resiliency of the stream banks in higher water situations. So yes.
Great. Thank you. Looking to council. I've got more questions, but looking to council if somebody would like to. Oh, okay. Councillor Hillstad.
It was just already.
Yeah. There you go. Thank you.
This is a question more surrounding the actual sub-districts. So Mr. Marshall, you mentioned that that all the residential houses would be 9.5 meters, I believe.
Sorry?
In your presentation, you mentioned that the actual houses, the residential buildings would be 9.5 meters in height, and that the 12-meter one was for like for a barn or something like that. But just looking at the actual bylaws, I'm not seeing that there. I'm seeing that for the actual residential district, specifically in section D, it's 12 meters, and then the accessory buildings are only 7 meters. So is that just an error in the land use thing, or is the barn not considered an accessory building?
Well, and I think this may have to be taken offline a little bit with Allard to make sure that we're all talking of the same language on that particular item. But the 9.5 refers to residential. Because it is a DC control, direct control, these are recommended heights that all show up in a DC. So we can essentially write in the numbers we're recommending. The 12 meters was not intended to refer to, in Area D, any of the residential area, and if we did, it was certainly not the intention. That we said all residential shall be of that height. So I will stand behind those words. And so the 12 meters was a consideration for an outbuilding, and again, if we need to clarify that further, we'd be happy to. So I wouldn't want to make it a consequence of any major disturbance, if you like, in this process. Thank you.
So I have a question around the palliative care. It's being put forth as a benefit to the community, which would go to the consideration of whether we would move an urban growth boundary. And so I just would like to know, with respect to the palliative care, if approved by council, this project, is it able to operate as a palliative care, or are you awaiting other approvals? Like, could we approve it and then it actually not end up being palliative care?
Well, it's certainly the goal of the Palliative Care Society to, we currently have programs that are going on in the community And, you know, that's really starting from whenever a patient receives an end-of-life diagnosis. You know, our model is such that we walk hand in hand with the patient and their family between their medical, existing, you know, medical care, and sort of more of the navigating through the hurdles of receiving home care, spiritual care, other programs such as music and art therapy, things like that, that improve the quality of a person's life. Towards the end of a person's life is really the need for the hospice, which is where we're talking about for the facility today. And we see that we'll be able to host obviously the family and friends and caregivers of people in need who are in their end-of-life journey. We'll have the hospice or the respite care for them as well. We see being able to utilize that space for the programs and sort of the compassionate care that we believe the community needs. As to, I'm not sure what other approvals we would need for that. I'm not exactly clear what your question may be.
Yeah, so do you need to have approval of Alberta Health Services, or do you already have that, and therefore it's, if approved, you're good to go, or?
Right,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
okay. Alberta Health Services is certainly aware of our plans. We're having ongoing discussions with them. You know, though it's always a challenge in these projects as to what comes first, a contract or a facility. And we certainly feel that certainty of a location will add to the ongoing sort of certainty with those contract talks. I think it's important to know that there have been other standalone hospices in Alberta that have been started off as independent projects, and then they roll into a contract with AHS. It's not necessary to have a AHS contract in place for this project to go ahead. Two examples that I'll give you right now. Foothills Hospice in Okotoks is a standalone hospice, and they started off their days without an AHS contract. And the most recent hospice in Alberta that's opened is the Rosen Hospice in Edmonton, and that just opened last year, and they're very public about the fact that they're still in negotiation with AHS for a contract.
But to be clear, the hospice is still able to operate as a hospice even without a contract with AHS?
Yes, that's correct, yeah. It really all depends on the sort of endowment and fundraising of the hospice itself to continue the care.
Right.
Obviously, it's best to have a AHS contract to underwrite the salaries of the medical staff that will be required for the facility, but it can be done on a sort of standalone basis. Right. Obviously, as a not-for-profit society, you know, we continue to talk to AHS. And then we've also talked to the Alberta government as well as a intervener here in the fact that we've had MLA Miranda Rosen and MLA Dan Williams to the site to explain to them what we're doing. They're certainly aware of what our plans are. Always with the governments, it's important, the whole topic of economics. And one of the things that certainly gets their attention is the fact that the cost of a hospice bed is approximately 1/3 the cost of an acute care bed. So these are long-term discussions and negotiations, and we think that they're going along as well as they could be at this point in time.
Great, thanks. I just got one more question in that regard. Then I see now there's some councillors waiting to ask questions. So are there any barriers as to who can use the hospice? Like is it going to be an expensive thing to use, or is it available to whoever's need, or somewhere in between? Or?
No, will provide equal opportunity to all people who need the hospice care. Those people will all be coming through the Alberta Healthcare Services provision of medical services. We don't anticipate that people will just be, coming to Canmore to use the hospice. It will all come through sort of a defined stream of medical and, caregivers, so.
And so just, there's 6 beds, and I think there's currently 2 at the Canmore Hospital? So
There
that-
are currently 2 beds at the Canmore Hospital and 1 in Banff. But it's a very different, sort of scenario for end-of-life care. The beds at the 2 hospitals are acute care beds that are sort of retrofitted at times of need for end-of-life care. And I think anyone who's been through the end-of-life care journey with a family member would recognize that the sort of care and the conditions that will be provided at a hospice are, more compassionate and sort of it makes a softer landing for the patient and the family. So I think if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you. Councillor Moore.
Thank you. With respect to the Palliative Care Center, until there is an AHS charter, I'm assuming it would be run as a private facility?
I'm not sure that's the proper description.
Sure, or clarify for me.
With our fundraising, it is our plan to raise funds, sufficient funds for the capital campaign to build the building. And that will also include in our fundraising endowment funds so that we can run it on an ongoing basis.
Okay. And in your commentary, you mentioned the Foothills Hospice and the Rosen Hospice. What was the duration of time until the Foothills Hospice flipped into one that was under the AHS umbrella?
That's a very good question, and to be honest, I don't have the answer to that. We're certainly prepared to get you that information, but I don't have it at my fingertips. So.
Okay. And in your presentation, what was the staff demand that you had forecast for the facility? 21, was it?
We anticipate having 25 full-time employees.
Okay.
And I think it's important that, a lot of those employees will be, highly trained medical professionals, whether they be doctors, nurses, physiotherapists. And so we see that as a positive benefit to the whole proposal, and the fact that, they'll contribute to the social and economic activity in the Bow Valley. So I think that that's important. Over the construction phase, which is 24 to 30 months, we anticipate 50 to 60 full-time construction jobs that will go along with that. And one of our commitments is that we'll use the local contractors and subcontractors for those jobs wherever possible.
Okay. And may I just ask one more question, please?
Certainly, yeah.
With regards to the 25 full-time employees, what do you forecast is the yearly operating budget for the palliative care hospice if it were to come to fruition?
We're still working on that. I don't have that number at my fingertips. Things, change depending on sort of the staffing requirements at any time. Yeah, I'm actually...
In the millions?
In the millions, yes.
Okay,
yeah.
awesome. All right, thank you.
2 to 3 million, I think, would be a,
Okay,
good
thank you.
ballpark. But I'd like to reserve the right to, provide you with, that greater detail at a later date if possible.
Thank you.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, everyone, for your presentation so far. It's been a consortium. My questions are palliative care questions, so stay put, my friend.
I was just about to step back.
I know, I'm sorry.
That's fine. No, I'm happy to be here.
So I just want to take a step back, because I think that through this whole process, and we've been talking about this for quite a few years, I want to educate everyone, and as well as myself and the listening public, The difference between palliative, the term palliative, and the term hospice, one speaks to the wraparound services that a patient provides, and the other speaks to the building in which those wraparound services are provided in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
People do use those terms interchangeably.
I know, and I want to keep away from that. I'm
yeah.
trying to be more deliberate in my speech.
Yeah.
So
I
thank you
think
for...
it's fair to say that hospice is one part of the overall palliative care wraparound.
Because you can
services.
receive palliative care at home, you can receive it in the hospital, and you can receive it in a hospice.
That's correct.
Perfect, thank you. I can write that off my list now. And so to confirm what Mayor Krausert, I almost said Barrowman again, asked, so the palliative care nonprofit does not at all have a signed agreement with Alberta Health Services on this project. They are aware of the project, and from what I understand, some of the sticking points are the fact that Alberta Health Services states that there should be 7 hospice beds or 7 palliative care beds per 100,000 people. And so they state that right now in the Valley, we have the required number, if not more than the required number based on our Valley population. Is that correct?
Well, let me answer a couple of those questions.
Perfect, thank you.
You've got a couple rolled in there. The society does not have a contract with AHS
Okay.
at this time.
Thanks.
Yes, so confirm that. The Bow Valley is considered to be part of the Calgary zone. And so, it gets a little skewed in the fact that, there's the population in Calgary, and then there's the distance between what we've got from what we're calling the Bow Valley. So that is the geographical location from Lake Louise down to the end of the Stoney Nakoda lands just north of Cochrane. So really the goal here is to provide care for members of the community in the Bow Valley so that they don't need to be driving into Calgary to access hospice care. The wear and tear on the family is significant, having to go in and out of Calgary on a continuing basis. So, there is that number, the 7 beds. Yes, you're correct on that.
And that's Alberta Health Services number. I
Yes, it
understand
is.
that's how
It
they
is.
allocate their
The
services.
province of Alberta has a new initiative in place that's been run through the current government, and it's really trying to understand the need and requirements for rural hospice, standalone hospice. And so I think that, their interest in trying to fulfill the needs for communities such as, I'm saying the Bow Valley community is something that they're exploring at this point in time.
Gotcha, thank you. And so in your presentation, you spoke to the fundraising required for the capital, but it was my understanding that the promise of fundraising had already been achieved from your ED. That was a few years ago, though, so has that changed?
Well, we've expanded, I think, I'm not sure what year that you're referring to, but I think I can speak.
In the before times, just before COVID.
Yeah. We certainly do have a good deal of money, dedicated to the programs. I'm not at liberty to talk about those dollar values right now, but it is significant money. There's a great deal of support in the community for this project. Both from a community and caring, compassionate sort of social side of things, but also there are significant donors in this community that are prepared to put money together for the building of this hospice.
Right. So why not choose a brownfield site, a site that's already like a lot or something like that within, maybe up in Three Sisters where a lot of the existing estate homes are? Why choose undeveloped land if you have such significant donors, I guess?
I think that it's important to be able to say and have on record is that the Palliative Care Society has been in existence for about 7 years, well before my time, and at least being part of the society. And they've looked at over 30 sites, trying to find a usable site for a hospice. And, there's been sites that have looked at in Banff, quite a few that have been here in Canmore, including some of the sites that have been referred to by the town of Canmore itself. And for a variety of reasons, those have never, been able to work for what we need. So to have the gift of land, as my colleague Bill Marshall mentioned, is that it's a significant donation, and it's, millions of dollars that we won't need to fundraise. And as a not-for-profit society, that is significant, and I hope that everyone will keep that in mind as they go forward. We were approached by the McCaffreys, who have, and I hope it's okay I'm talking on your behalf, but have had personal need and use of a hospice in family situations. And, they just generously offered a portion of the land that they had purchased. And, to be able to build a hospice in this day and age from a greenfield site and start from scratch, and to be able to put a hospice together such as this is really a fantastic opportunity. So when you talk about, using a brownfield site, it's not from lack of effort. We have tried, and it just hasn't worked. And I think that there's, another thing that comes into play is the fact that end-of-life issues, which everyone in this room is going to face at one time or another, it's a very, very challenging time. And part of what the palliative care is doing is that we're creating programs that will, allow people to stay in their homes for as long as possible. But there becomes a time, some people will end their lives in their homes, and that's perfect. Some people will end up in the hospital, as they do now. But really, having access to a hospice is a very special ending of life. And there's a growing and aging population here in Canmore, and the need for this, I think, is just going to continue to grow. And so I think that that's something that's, as we look at the whole thing in a bigger picture, there's certainly, reasons that sort of, I think, allow and justify the location for this project.
Thank you, and I just have one more question. So earlier today,
Isn't there a limit? No,
No.
I'm kidding.
Not when you're on your 4th term, lady. They let me ask all the questions.
Okay, all right, here
And
we
then
go.
they send me home.
Thank you so much for your interest and allowing me the opportunity to
And I
answer
just
your
have one,
questions.
so earlier today, we had a presentation from the Primary Care Network, and they're struggling to find doctors in the valleys. And one of the biggest issues is housing, actually. So you are speaking of, between 20 and 25 full-time employees. Are you considering building any staff accommodation for these employees, in particular the doctor? Because it seems like Canmore is actually even too expensive for them.
That is outside of the scope of our project at this point.
So then how do you expect to attract and retain staff if you don't have housing for them?
Well, I think that that's a broader discussion, than just strictly our project.
That's fair.
It's a challenge that we all see every day here in Canmore, and it would be something that we'd certainly, like to help and find a solution for. But, we're just the Palliative Care Society, and we're trying to help out the community in the ways that I've spoken about, in being a caring and compassionate community. If there was a way that we could provide community housing for our employees, we would love to do that. But right now, it is not part of our scope.
Gotcha. Well, it looks like you have a platinum-style project here. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Hillstead.
I only have one question for you.
Okay.
So but I have
Yes,
some other
please.
questions, but since you're up here, I'm just curious, will there be a cost to use the hospice? Or will the family have to pay for the use, or is it going to be fully endowment funded? How does that look? Because again, we talk about how it's going to be great for the community, but if the community can't afford it, it's not great. So
This is again an issue, a topic. We anticipate that anyone who has a need to use the hospice will be given full access to the hospice. Would we be very grateful for family and friends to, support us as a result of, the caring and experience that they've had for their loved ones, so that we can, put those dollars into our operating funds? We would be very grateful for that. But at this point, there is no fee for service for use of the hospice.
thank you. And then if I can have a question more again back to the actual bylaws themselves. There's just one line in there that I'm just confused by. It just
I
says,
think you're off the hook.
yeah,
Thank you so much.
you're good.
For now.
In a few of the sub-districts, I think in 3 of them, there's just reference to after the maximum building height shall be X. There is no maximum number of stories. I'm just curious about why that's thrown in there, because to me, there would be a maximum number of stories, because you can only fit so many into 9.5 meters or 12 meters or whatever you want to talk about there. So it's not something we normally see. Just looking at other land use bylaw or other districts in our land use bylaw, it's not something I see. I don't know why it's there. I don't know if it's needed there. Just what's the rationale?
In some instances, there's an opportunity to build just one-story building in a very large, tall space. But what you can be assured of is that the overall geometry and three-dimensional volume is controlled through coverage, density, height, and then architectural guidelines. So what people do inside their homes, if they come up with 4 layers because they're trying to build a terrace or something, is governed in part by the building code, but it's there to provide choice and to provide internal flexibility. There's no ulterior motive at all. And again, if it seems to be an enigma component of the land use bylaw, we're happy to modify it, but there's no tricks involved here.
Yeah, I was just curious because, again, if that's not stated, it kind of just says that whatever you can fit into 9.5 meters can fit. So I just wanted to know the rationale for why that's been added there. So.
And again, I might turn to Alec and ask him if in fact at some point there was some conversation or if it originated within the bylaw itself. So happy to bring further clarification if required.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. Within the staff report, administration has recommended an alternative to remove the accessory dwelling units from the direct control district, all of them, essentially. I just was wondering if there was a response from the applicant in terms of how do you respond to that suggestion? That's
well,
the
and
question.
I do have a response. Thank you. And part of this, we need housing of all sorts, and we shouldn't secularize or pick fights against those who are providing larger homes or have the ability to provide slightly larger unit for accessory dwelling units. Let's go back to what we were intending to do. We had the privilege of continuing an ambition that the town has to provide additional housing in the form of accessory dwelling units, attached or detached. We also had the privilege of having a little more land, and so we said, what if we were able to, instead of a maximum 80 meters squared, we could provide 120, which, by the way, is like a 1,200 square foot home. What does that provide for? That provides for the opportunity for other forms of housing to be integrated into the community. Middle management, those people who may be able to afford but don't want to buy. And this is a real issue. Housing has got to be provided at all levels into this community. Increasingly, it will be inaccessible, and we have programs to try and address all of these things. But there will be opportunities for people to come to this community, such as caregivers, who may look at the opportunity of being here for 5 years and say, I can't even afford to be here, but I'm going to rent, and I'm happy to rent. And maybe I own a place somewhere else in the country, but I'd love to be here, but I can't. But having these units available really does answer a problem, which is we need housing of all sorts. So having the privilege of being able to make it a portion of the residential development, which, by the way, reduces the overall size of the overall residential development. So we're providing housing of both forms. So I'm disappointed that the recommendation came forward, because I don't think that's what the intention of providing accessory dwelling units and its purpose to this community is about.
When I look at the subset districts C and B and the size of the homes, and I imagine what might be necessary to build or purchase that size of home, is it likely that there's going to actually be accessory dwelling units built as an option? Because it might not necessarily be in the range of a mortgage helper that it would be in a smaller sized home.
Right. It's a really good question, and we're not here to control the decision of those people who buy properties, but it's certainly, remember, we're in a DC district. There may be a decision to recommend through the DC district that all homes shall have an accessory dwelling unit, which would be contrary to what we've just heard. So my recommendation says, let's get them built. Let's see, and I guarantee you they will be used. And further, that perhaps that we encourage that through the provision of the DC bylaw, then indeed they are used. So let's move forward on those ones. It's an important point.
So, Mr. Marshall, I just want to clarify on something because we have the admin report that suggests potential size of houses, and you've indicated that you're not intending to go to 12 meters, 9.5 is what you're intending. For most districts in Canmore, there's a maximum size of 325 square meters for a house. And is that what you're envisioning? I mean, it's a good sized house, over 3,000 square feet. And I'm just wondering, is that the size of house that you're envisioning?
Sure. The lots are much larger than the provision of lots we see typically in town. The provision for those kinds of recommendations, which I believe were hotly debated back in 2019, and it was decided to move away from that consideration of restricting because of the legal implications of trying to control what people build. You had to step back and really consider, is that something you can really authorize and control? These lots are larger. We have used the same kinds of provisions of maximum coverage. So those coverages, and I can refer to, for instance, if I take you through a provision of subdistrict B, all right? If we go through that, and that's those 3 houses along 3rd Avenue. The provisions are basically crafted to replicate the same kinds of provisions that are in another residential district. Obviously, the lot areas are larger. Now, I pointed out earlier that there are the potential, and we use the word potential, of 3 residential lots on 3rd Avenue. As I said, if the provision would not restrict, or it does not restrict, the possibility that somebody said, gee, this is great, could I buy 2? We know people can do that, or have the capability of doing that. That would not double the size of a residential development, all right? So that's very important to understand. They have the provision in the bylaw to provide for an accessory dwelling unit. As I said, it was upped from the area of 80 meters squared to 110, as I say, which is around 1,300 square feet. So again, a modest but mid-size accommodation. The front yard, rear yard setbacks are all the same. They have to abide by all the same provisions because virtually all of the residential lots are creekside in some form or other, so they respect the creek itself, as well as all of the standard setbacks requirements from the creeks as well, consistent with what we have at Spring Creek and elsewhere in town. Maximum building heights are the same as we have in town, and so the only other provision would be maximum gross floor area. So we put a restriction on that at 0.35 for all buildings, and that residential building shall not exceed that. So if we include in that the provision of a accessory dwelling unit, which I'm encouraging that we do, you'll see a further reduction in the size of home. I don't believe that people should be penalized for the opportunity of being able to afford to buy something. What we should encourage them to do is to build the homes and the accessory homes that they can afford to provide, because many people might not be able to provide that. So it does bring other housing into the community. Will they be the size at the maximum? Not necessarily. That's such a substantial size parcel of land that I wouldn't be at all surprised that we'll see more modest developments in there, relatively speaking. So I feel quite comfortable with the provisions as we have them.
What would, if it were to be brought forth as an amendment to put a maximum size on the primary building at 325 meters squared, what would be the impact on the feasibility of the overall proposal?
I'd have to take that away and really consider it, but I mean, it's there for discussion if that's something that there's a wish of council. But materially, the provision of that kind of restriction of overdeveloping sites in the community was a concern over the visual scale and form. Yeah. It was largely about visual impact and impact on neighbors, overview conditions, in single-family residential in particular.
Well, just wait.
Well, I believe that it's the purpose and intent there, and not to overdevelop or intensify, as well as environmental and operating conditions of the building. So are these sustainable buildings in terms of power usage, heat, gas, and so on? I think we're at a time in our lives with modern building products and the performance requirements put into buildings, the National Building Code, that we're seeing buildings operate at a much lower energy usage, and having contemporary modern homes built to these standards, which we would certainly abide by, and we provide those standards into the bylaw as well, that I'm confident that these buildings would utilize less energy than houses of a smaller size that are already existing in town.
So, and just one thing before passing it to another councillor, you mentioned 2019 there was a discussion?
Well, I was reviewing conversation both with the planning department and legal advisors about the intention of the purpose of that, and I see Councillor Foubert nodding her head, so you may be able to even comment on that better than I can. Yeah. No, that's fine. I won't take you into that, okay. But I can certainly provide you more information that I was reviewing recently.
Because as far as I know, we still have the limitation in most of our districts of 325, right. And to Councillor McCallum's point, it was mostly about environmental impact.
Right, and I hope I'm addressing that as well. For all components. So it's certainly the ambition of this as a continuing piece of the overall attitude about what this development is about to achieve those kinds of qualities into the development.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Mara.
Thank you, Mayor. My 3 questions have been asked and answered, so I'll pass to the next councillor.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship.
And thank you for your patience.
I'm happy to sit back here. You kind of stole my thunder, though, I got to admit. But yeah, I just wanted to comment on house sizes as well. In the staff report, page 7, we're looking at houses in the 6,000 square foot to almost 15,000 square feet, with effectively no maximum for the dwelling in Area D. I would appreciate comments on this.
Ms. McCaffrey, welcome to
McCaffrey. We received the administration's report, I think, on Saturday or Friday, I'm not sure. And I was astonished when I read that, and I said, what did we do wrong? Because that is not our intent. And I would like to have a conversation with Alaric, I don't know when, Mr. Fish, I'm sorry. And because we thought we had set the maximum based on the footprint, and we chose the route of the footprint because we didn't want to impact the environment. And Keenan had done his work, and we wanted to make sure we were on side with that. So what we read in that report shocked us. That is not our intent. And we thought we wrote it so that it was controlled. It wasn't controlled in the manner that that Alaric was, Mr. Fish was asking for, but we had read that there are tools in the land use bylaw that controls really what you can build. So we set the maximum footprint based on the EIS, and then we set the height, and I actually thought the stories were embedded in the land use bylaw. So then I thought, well, if you've got a footprint, you multiply it by 2. But we say it's 372, which we were thinking about people for bungalows, and you multiply that by 2, and Mr. Fish will correct me, but we don't know how he came up with his number, because that times 2 is not 1,300 square meters. So we are hopeful that we can sort that out today, or we can provide that later, or we can, that was a shock to us, and that is not the intention.
Great. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
And if I may, one more?
Yes.
I went for a walk down around that neighborhood in the last little while here. And just one of the things that I noticed was the grading of Spring Creek, of 3rd Street, and of the road that goes down from 3rd Street down to the water treatment plant. Up substantially, 3 to 5 feet, I would have estimated. And I just wondered what that process might look like to actually achieve that grading in those areas.
I hope I get paid extra for this because I'm representing engineering from McElhaney here.
Something tells me you're paid well.
Yeah, we'll talk about this later. In general overview, the Spring Creek area at large, Spring Creek Mountain Village was elevated approximately 1.5 meters. The road beds that service 3rd Avenue and the elevation points of those houses, I believe, are sitting, their main floor elevations are sitting at the same elevation. And that was in accordance with the then required minimum floodplain and habitable floor levels set by the province in terms of flood mitigation and impacts. So the 3rd Avenue that we're contemplating bringing down would be, well, it's actually already graded effectively to that because it has services running underneath it. The requirements on the site are not for the roads, but actually just for the buildings to be elevated to that piece. So
the roads would have to be elevated to that.
Well, but I'm saying you could come in and drive down and then drive back up to a parking lot, for instance. So you don't have to build 3rd Avenue extension into the palliative care area like a dike, the way it is built today. That is not needed. That happens to exist like that, I think, simply because it's a continuation of a service core that has to be there to cover what's underneath it. We have different ways to do that on site, but primarily the land is only to be raised, and the intention is, and it was certainly the analysis that was brought forward as the terms of reference with the biologists, that only those areas under the buildings would be raised to bring the houses up to habitable levels. So we're not trying to modify the entire site. Does that answer your question?
So if I understand you right, you're saying you would grade and then go down to natural grade and then back up to where the housing...
Potentially. There may be a requirement for a piece of the servicing line to go through a very small hillock or something just to ensure coverage, insulated, protected, and so on. But there wouldn't be, for instance, across between the palliative care and the areas of Area D, and even the extensions off to the Brown residence, no, those can remain at grade.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Crowser.
Councillor Mah.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is it possible to have our MSIS representative? Is it Mr. Kapach?
We can ask
We'll get him later on?
after
Okay,
the
thank you.
administration.
Great, sure.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask a question of environment, I'm sorry, I forget your name, sir. Keenan. I note in one of the reports, and I think it was MTS reflecting on your report, that, or it says the EIS indicates that the project area is not currently or historically relied upon by elk for calving or during the winter. Is this area properly described as a habitat patch in that case?
That's a good question. So if I recall, the comments are around how elk use the property in relation to the South Canmore Local Habitat Patch. In wildlife biology, we talk about habitat requirements and seasonal requirements. So for elk, for example, they have a seasonal rut, and that's when some folks are out hunting. They have a post-rut period in which elk are depleted of their energy reserves. The wintering season, which is a rough season on elk because there's not a lot of food around and they have to work hard to get to it, and then a calving season. And then there's the summer season where they're living and growing. So those are terms that we talk about with every wildlife species, and every time we assess wildlife, we apply those life requisites to the project, to the habitat. And so I believe were those MSES's comments, or were they
No,
from our EIS?
It was quoting the EIS. They were seeming to accept,
Yeah.
and I'll ask them as well. But then they quote, and the quote is, the EIS, that's what you prepared, indicates that the project area is not currently or historically relied on by elk for calving or during the winter.
Yeah, so there's existing collar data on elk. Sends a GPS signal every couple minutes, and we can track elk and see which habitats they're using throughout the year. So that's pretty solid evidence of where elk are residing during their calving season, which is sensitive because calves get eaten by bears or whatever. The elk appear to be using the southeastern portion of the South Canmore Local Habitat Patch, and an island that's a little bit isolated in the Bow River. Yeah. And so the island is pretty standard calving habitat for large ungulates like moose and elk. I did some winter tracking on the property, and there's evidence that they're using it in the winter, but it's not nearly as comprehensively used as the south. There's a braided floodplain near, where the Trans-Canada crosses the Bow River, as well as areas in the northwest by the island. And so there's evidence to support that it's not being used as extensively in the winter, and I dare say not used for calving, but it's not optimal calving habitat, if I could say that. Optimal calving habitat would be a little bit more isolated with longer lines of sight to look for predators and things like that.
So I'm trying to understand, and I don't know if you can shed any light on it whatsoever, why this particular site was labeled Habitat Patch.
I think that the answer to that would probably rest on the Bow Corridor Ecosystem Advisory Group. There is a tendency to think of natural green spaces as habitat. I wouldn't argue that it provides habitat for certain species at certain times of the year. I mean, it's forested cover for a large component of it. The braided floodplain in the southeast, like I talked about, has shrubs that are hammered really hard by ungulates. I'm assuming they're elk and probably moose, and you can tell because they're hammered back. They don't get a chance to grow. It provides habitat. It's a natural setting. But is it functioning as intended as a refuge for wildlife? And elk are a little bit different, especially elk that reside in towns like Canmore.
Yeah.
But for species like grizzly bear, wolves completely avoid the South Canmore local habitat patch. I don't know if that answers your question, but
does.
for sure there's probably birds that nest,
Yeah.
amphibians potentially.
Great, thank you very much. And I have one other question, and that is for the applicant. And I don't know if Mr. Marshall or Mr. and Ms. McCaffrey would want to answer. It seems to me through the presentation that human use of the land is problematic when we're talking about functionality of habitat patches. And Mr. Marshall had indicated, that it's almost a process of, even though it's already private land, but privatizing to protect. And I was wondering, would you be open, or would you be intending to perhaps have some signage to deter or some means to deter public use of the land? Mr. McCaffrey, thank you.
Thank you for your time, everyone. When we love the mountains, we love the environment. We're not used to being sort of hammered on about that we're trying to destroy any of it. We started off with buying land, understanding that if we gave a contribution back, that we'd be able to get something. So our first thing was to find the public good to be able to do this to. We chose the palliative care. We would certainly support anything to do to protect the environment in its entirety. That's why we didn't, we don't know how to do this, so we felt we hired the best to help us, get through this. We've come up with, we've spoken with Mr. Fish before, but we'd be happy to put up, those foot stompy things, watch it here on habitat patch. We've actually talked about how it isn't our intention to push people off of the land either. But it just is, it sounds as though that if we're going to honor the environment, that is one of the outcomes that has to happen.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I'll tell you a little bit of background to the question is that a resident had sent a picture of a sign near the location going into the property, and it was a town sign that said something about keeping your dogs on leash, okay? But that tells me that you're encouraging people to take their dogs in there, as opposed to having a sign that says, hey, dogs, take your humans elsewhere, something like that.
Well, we didn't put any up, but there is...
No, it was a town sign.
Oh, but there is other signs that are throughout the property that previous owners must have put up that said private property, and they're all kicked over, and they're all done stuff there. So it's more the land than we expected to ever have, and it's not... And we want the environment to win on this.
Great. Thank you very much. I see just a couple more questions, and just so everybody knows, when we're done these questions, we are going to take a break, and then we'll have the presentation by administration. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was having a chat with my committee at WildSmart the other day, and we were talking a little bit about elk and declining elk numbers in the valley, and cumulative effects of what we do here on a regular basis, taking just a little bit more all the time. And I wondered if, you kind of answered my question earlier just about when elk are using that, and the fact that they are using it at a time of year. Maybe not calving season. I live in South Canmore, and I get to witness the full rut and calving season, and the plethora of animals that do walk through that section. Yeah, I just wondered, I think we're going to talk about cumulative effects with administration as well, but I wonder if you could just comment a little bit more on that.
So I think the question is about habitat selection throughout the year again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And so I mentioned that elk are Canmore elk are weird.
They are.
What they do, as security behavior, they tend to hang around human disturbance.
Yep.
And they use that because they know, or they've learned, or they've become adapted to or recognize that humans create a sense of security and keep predators away. So we know from literature that grizzly bears tend to avoid humans, cougars tend to avoid humans, and wolves definitely avoid humans because they were persecuted pretty hard in the past. And so declining elk numbers and habitat selection, I mean, one of the things I should have mentioned is that although it's habitat, a lot of it, especially the property, doesn't constitute critical habitat, which is the most important habitat at the roughest time of year for these species that is dependent on their survival into the next season. And so I could ramble on this for hours. Specifically with elk, sure, they may bed down in and around the area. Bedding habitat's not limiting on the landscape. They're looking for certain features when they're bedding down. It's the calving season and the cold winter season where they're most at risk. And from evidence that I've seen in the field, they tend to hang around in that braided floodplain in the southeast. That's because the forage that's available at that time of year is most abundant, and it is also quite open, so you get these lines of sight if predators do happen by. So, yeah, to sum it up, I think that elk in this region are comfortable with people, and you know, were this development to go forward, I don't think that the buildings and the human use would really deter elk from bedding down and using it for the living and growing season. And those aren't really the seasons that are limiting for elk on the landscape, so would likely not contribute to declines in elk numbers. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you. Habitat selection to avoid predation, I believe, is the research paper from Banff National Park. So, but my question's not for you.
My ears perked up when I heard that.
Another recommendation from administration is to remove the environmental reserve easement clause. And my question for the applicant is with respect to why put forward this environmental reserve easement on the creekside areas and not public pathways to connect with the pedestrian system that is coming down Spring Creek and into that area anyways.
Well, I hope I can answer the question the way it should be answered. Would you like to start?
I can start.
Oh, great, thank you.
I wanted to have a turn.
Yay!
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Welcome, Ms. Willett.
So when we talk about environmental reserve dedication, I just want to kind of start at the top. The municipality may require environmental reserve dedication for one of a number of reasons under the MGA. One is to preserve natural features. Another would be to prevent pollution of the land, runoff. One being to ensure public access for the public to have the trail system. And the fourth is to prevent development on land unsuitable, so unstable slopes, et cetera. That's where the municipality takes the environmental reserve as the dedication. Normally, it's one of those. So I feel like if we really want to protect the environment, use of the environmental reserve easement is important because it's only for the protection and enhancement of that riparian edge. It doesn't allow for then the public access component. So the owner is really intending on protection versus public access and dedication in this case. So that would be the reason why the environmental reserve easement is being proposed. And the town will always have an interest in the easement, prohibiting other development, other encroachments, and so on, in perpetuity as it runs with the land and not the owner. Does that help?
Yeah, so would it be different than municipal reserve then at subdivision?
Yes, municipal reserve is a different function. MR is for school sites, public parks, recreational things where development is intended for a public good. That's municipal reserve, where the land is dedicated. Environmental reserve is dedicated. But what I learned this morning, and I think it's important as I, read the MGA on a daily basis, there's always a tidbit. And I feel like in this case, environmental reserve being dedicated, only allowing for one purpose in the town of Canmore, I believe, would be to develop a trail access system, as was recommended in the administration's report. So the purpose in this case of having the easement is truly for the ecological protection aspects and not providing public access.
Does it then prevent the applicant from providing trails anyways?
I think that the true nature of the environmental reserve easement with its requirements, it must require that the land remain in a natural state. So I can't say someone may or may not walk near the easement, but it wouldn't be developed. There's definitely no encroachments. Many things that we do in planning or regulatory, it's a self-policing system, right? So you do this in the good faith that both signatories of the easement are doing it for the right reasons, and no one will be treading all over the riparian edge, as it were.
Okay, I think the way I read the report makes it sound like there could still be the riparian easement, and that there's still an opportunity to connect a trail to the palliative care center that wouldn't be in that easement. Is that, am I reading this?
That's the opinion of the administration in this case in the report, where Alaric, the planner, has said the town would like you to consider as council to take the environmental reserve to provide that trail access, as opposed to the applicant who would like to have the environmental reserve easement that runs with the land and protects the environment, versus environmental reserve, which allows for that trail, which is typical of what we see on Spring Creek and Policeman's Creek with the edge, the trail, and the development.
So then if I'm understanding correctly, that choice by the applicant is to create conditions to protect that riparian zone and to not have trails.
Absolutely, Council Forbear. The environmental reserve easement must require that the land is to remain in a natural state. And I believe part of the owner's intent is to do some rehabilitation with plantings if they haven't already started, just as an owner, and trying to, take care of that land.
I just have a quick
Welcome.
comment. Do you mind if I
Was I
budge in?
touching into biological?
No, I was
Okay.
asked to just speak. If you recall from the figures that we put up, the town's bylaws require a 20-meter setback on Spring Creek and Policeman Creek. And establishing a trail within that 20-meter setback, which is also the environmental reserve, would be counterintuitive. The 20-meter setback is intended to be no disturbance, and the applicant's intention with that 20-meter setback area is actually to improve it. And the improvements will be dedicated to climate change resiliency by planting up that bank and hopefully eliminating the people that are walking up and down it. So,
Great. Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much. I'm now going to call a break. If we can come back at 25 after, and we will have the administration presentation. And now I'll call upon Mr. Fish. Welcome to council. And
thank you, Mayor, members of council. That was a fairly extensive introduction and question period with many of the points of the request for decision already covered. So with that, I'll open the floor to questions. Oh, no. Have a little bit more information. But I will try and be brief because I think there's been a fair bit of information already provided on bylaws 2209 and 2210, the MDP and land use bylaw amendments. We've seen quite a few maps of the subject lands, so I won't elaborate much on those. Again, another image looking from the south at the site. This is a Google Street View image, so I think everyone is familiar with the site. It's a little distorted, taking 3 dimensions, putting it on 2, but you can see the utility lines that run south to the wastewater treatment plant, sort of on the right side of the image, the forested area being the subject lands, and somewhat interestingly, it's actually a vacant lot that we're looking to the grassy area on the left. And I'll come back to that grassy lot a little bit later. We've seen the proposal. Again, I'm not going to rehash that unless there's any questions on it, but I think everyone's clear on what's being proposed here. As stated somewhat by the proponents, we have been working on this for a number of years, both with the palliative care group and the owners of this site, initially separately and now together. But there has been a lot of work that has really concentrated the development in the northwest of the site. And not that the entire site was proposed for development, but it was more dispersed earlier on. So I feel the applicants have done a good job of responding to some of the input. Habitat patch in the background, the advantage of being a senior planner, although there's some that are not so good about being a senior, but I have a lot of perspective on this. So I was one of the members of the Bow Corridor Ecosystem Advisory Group in 2010 as they were reworking some of that, so I can touch on that. I will go back a little bit. The 1992 NRCB decision on the Three Sisters lands. It's a lengthy decision report, but it's amazing to read it, the number of times that they reference a recommendation to create a Bow Valley-wide ecosystem advisory group to help navigate these difficult issues at a high level, like Mr. Rudachuk talked about when he showed the map. And you sort of start at that regional level, and it's so much more than just the town of Canmore. It's the MD of Bighorn. It's town of Banff is part of that. We're not directly involved in the town of Banff lands, but it completely interfaces with provincial lands and Parks Canada lands. So that was the membership of that BCA group that was created out of the 1992 NRCB decision. So municipal governments, provincial government, Parks Canada. So that group doesn't have wildlife biologists on it, or other kinds of biologists or ecologists. So there was a joint project to create the guidelines to identify the principles and, as much as possible, identify those lands. I thought it was first done in 1998, 1999. I saw references to it in the 1998 Municipal Development Plan, so it might predate that. I started with the town in 2003, so it predates my time here when those initial guidelines and boundaries were set. Again, Mr. Rudachuk was somewhat speculating on how some of those boundaries may have been derived, and I think that was somewhat accurate in terms of they were absolutely looking at where wildlife were moving, but there were other considerations, things like land ownership, where land was developed. It was generally removed from the habitat patches or the corridors. Where land was undeveloped, it was generally included. Now, there was some finessing of the boundary in certain areas. This lot is unique in terms of I believe it is the only entirely privately owned land within a habitat patch. There is some private land within wildlife corridors, but it's part of a much bigger package, shall I say, some of the Silvertip lands and some of the Three Sisters lands. So this one is quite unique in that sense. It was always anticipated that there would be some kind of development proposals, and there have been to previous councils. I think some of you may have been involved in some of those. Maybe it predates most of your time. Okay. And so those were not supported by council. They were significantly more dense than this. And so ultimately, before you today is this application. I also, and I know it's sort of come up already, but just to be clear that the habitat patch and corridor guidelines were derived by BC Ag, but as Ms. Miller pointed out at the outset, they have no authority to these. There are some provincially designated wildlife corridor. That doesn't happen for these lands, so there are some provincial dedications or designations. That's not the subject of this, so it's entirely within council's judgment to either move these boundaries or allow different activities in there, in those areas. That's the habitat patch background. I think we'll talk a bit more about it, I suspect through questions. So I'm going to start at the higher level, the MDP amendments. And so that's the subject of Bylaw 2209. So I'll start with the growth boundary. And again, it was touched on already, so I'm not going to go through this in huge detail, but this is the clause in the municipal development plan that talks about expanding the growth boundary and the criteria for that. Again, Ms. Miller at the outset sort of talked about it being council's authority to weigh in on these. Administration has tried to give some indication, but it's not a simple yes-no compliance. There's a political, social science element to that. Yeah, I think given the conversation so far, I'm not going to go through this, and happy to come back to it if there's more specific questions later. Similarly, so the second amendment within that bylaw is to the conceptual land use map. The land is currently designated as conservation lands. There was some discussion about should we have the entire site moved to neighborhood residential. Similarly on the habitat patch, should this apply to the entire piece of land? Sort of pros and cons to both approach. I think this is somewhat cleanest in terms of identifying the full boundary and the legal ownership of those lands. The criteria for the changes are very similar to expanding the growth boundary, so I'm not going to go through that again. Again, I think there's been a fair bit of conversation about the application, and ultimately that's up to council to decide whether or not the proposal is consistent, sufficient with the criteria to consider that. Habitat patch. So yes, this is, I think, the sort of the trickiest aspect of the application. I tried to explain some of the history as best as I understand it from the designation through the BC Ag process. Yeah, I think I talked a bit about it. While it seems tricky for council to be weighing into what is in or out of the habitat patch, ultimately that's within your jurisdiction. There's no overriding statutory legislation that limits your activities or your decision authority there. The municipal development plan, clause 4 or policy 4.2.6, does sort of establish the designation of those lands as a planning consideration for council, and they're generally shown on map 4, and so that's what you see before you now. given the other limitations suggesting no development in a habitat patch in the municipal development plan, again, it seemed cleaner to take the entire parcel out because there is some modest degree of development proposed on the entire site. So to leave some in and take some out seemed somewhat messy. Ultimately, the decision on that is within council's jurisdiction. Those are the high-level questions about the development. The more specific details come in the land use bylaw. So the municipal development plan, to some degree, has more authority than the land use bylaw, but the land use bylaw is really where the action is, the details are in. The MDP, although our MDP has some fairly specific clauses, it should be at a higher level of more of a strategic document, and then the details are in the land use bylaw. It's a somewhat complex, confusing piece, the future development district. I think most of you have sat through or been aware of, to some degree, the former name of this district, which was Urban Reserve, and there was some feeling that Urban Reserve implied something different. Arguably, future development is also not entirely accurate. The key there I would point council to is the purpose statement to designate land that is potentially suited for future development. Usually this district is used in an area where there might be a large area structure plan or area redevelopment plan in place, and an area structure plan. Undeveloped portions might have this district assigned to them, and then as development occurs consistent with the area structure plan, it would change from this to R1 or R3 or a local commercial district, things like that. So this district was likely applied as a bit of a leftover. When you look at the map of other areas of future development district, there's all kinds of strange things. The Trans-Canada Highway, there's a portion of undermined lands in the Rundleview area. So I think severely undermined lands, the Trans-Canada Highway, clearly there's no real development potential. Maybe in some circumstance in the future, but it would depend on the specifics of that application. So, so clearly the district needs to change to allow the development. Again, I won't go through it. I think there's been a fair bit of discussion about sub-district A, B, C, and D. One very small point that I want to make on sub-district A is that it does include as a discretionary use staff accommodation, I believe. So there could be the potential for, I would suggest, some modest staff accommodation if some point in the future it was deemed to be desirable to include that for the operations of a hospice facility there. The district as proposed would allow that potential. Yeah, I will leave it at that, but I will talk more about the specifics as we come to them. It's been a fair bit of discussion about house size already. I think council is familiar with the policy. This talks about some of the background for house size. And so this talks about, in order to promote sustainable housing design and limit the impacts of housing massing in existing neighborhoods, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know why I have strong memories of, I guess, two of you on this council on this topic previously through the MDP, and especially looking at some of the additional tools, limiting lot size, setbacks, building heights as other tools to use rather than this hard limit as proposed in some situations. So I also want to point out that I believe almost every district that has the house size limit, it does have the 0.35 FAR or 325 square meters, whichever is greater. So on larger lots, you are able to exceed the 325 square meter limit. Nowhere else in town is it just a hard 325, end of discussion. That said, according to my calculations, based on the lot areas as conceptually proposed, the range of housing is in that 500 to 1,100 square meters if you were trying to max out the house size. That may not be the intent of the current owners, but future owners, as lots are sold, different developers, at the end of the day, we have the black and white of the bylaw. The property going across the street from my house is currently at 324.8 square meters, I believe. They are at the absolute maximum height. They are entirely filling the building envelope. So every square inch, they are developing what's potential within there. So my interpretation, my calculation of that would be 500 to 1,100 square meters. I will just take this moment to chat very briefly about the no limit on the number of stories. So my interpretation of the intent, many districts have a 2 stories plus loft or 2.5 stories. And that is really trying to minimize the building massing on the edges adjacent to neighboring properties to allow a little bit more light, views, air into the area so it feels a little less crowded. That's significantly less of an issue in this site. I believe Mr. Marshall talked about that around having additional design flexibility. Although the bylaw does also point to the architectural controls section of the bylaw, which does require a more traditional building design. So there's a bit of a trade-off there, but I believe that that could also sort of add in that 3rd floor, fairly fully developed, and that's how you would, if you were trying to achieve the absolute maximum floor area. I stand behind those 500 to 1,100 square meter estimates based on the lot sizes. Accessory dwelling units. This is something of a point of frustration, I know, for the applicant. On one hand, we're trying to ask for diversity of housing forms, affordable housing forms. There were a number of questions about affordable housing and staff housing and things like that. So on one hand, we need that. On the other hand, we're suggesting that this is not an appropriate site for that. So I understand the somewhat contradictory nature of some of our comments to the applicant, but I feel this is an unusual site in terms of the history, the use of it currently, trying to minimize the degree of development. And so here I'm relying on some of the comments from the third-party reviewer, Dr. Kopak, who I'm glad is not somewhat looming over me on the speakers there. That was a little unnerving earlier. Anyway, he is here to answer any questions, but some of the wording here, just talking about trying to minimize the intensity of development in this site. In these areas, at some point, we need to draw that hard edge and really do our best to minimize additional development in these areas. So, just wanted to touch on that. There were a number of other points. These are the details of the land use bylaw. So the accessory dwelling unit size, I know there's been some conversation about that. While I appreciated diversity of housing types, the current maximum is 80 square meters for an attached accessory dwelling unit. It's 850 square feet, thereabouts. I think it's an acceptable an acceptable size for even a relatively modest 2-bedroom unit. And I think generally that will align more with our affordability objectives. So if there are to be accessory dwelling units, I would urge them to be within reason, as small as possible. I have some concerns particularly about the detached accessory dwelling unit size. This is like a carriage house type concept. The proposed limit is 9.5 meters in height, 110 square meters. I mean, it's over 1,200 square feet, 9.5 meters high. I mean, it could be 2.5 stories. It really starts to feel like a second home on that site. So suddenly we're at 11 units. Or 12 units, as opposed to the 6 that are really being portrayed here. The building height in Area D, I have confirmed that the building height as proposed in the bylaw, as proposed by the applicant, says 12 meters. So we heard something different about the intent of that today. As I read it in the bylaw today, if it were passed as it is, we would be obligated to approve someone who came in with a house at 12 meters. So administration's recommendation would be to make some changes to that at some point if this is successful in getting third reading in advance of that. I think that was it on that. I'm going to take a small tangent just to try and quickly respond to the question. I believe it was Councillor Graham about the grading on the site. So the area is quite low. It's in the overland flow area of our flood mapping. So for development to occur this, as is much of South Canmore, so the site would have to be raised for the lowest floor of habitable floor space. So although the bylaw, I believe the applicant was trying to align it with our bylaw, it talks about basement space, not counting the maximum floor area calculation. There could be no basements here because that minimum elevation, as talked about, is probably 3 to 5, maybe even 6 feet higher than some of the surrounding area. So that would need to be built up. It would create a little island. We require this in all of the valley bottom areas, and on recently developed homes it worked quite well. In 2013, well, in 2011, we sort of forced a number of people who were resistant. It was an additional cost for them. 2013, they called us later in the fall and said, thank you so much. Our house was dry. It was surrounded by water. So that's some of that. And then the floor height is calculated from whatever the new height is, so they're not penalized for that. So there would need to be some fill brought in for those. It would create a bit of a up and down situation. You'd drive down off the existing 3rd Avenue across to the site and then up. Some of the houses in Subdistrict B might be a little bit more straight across. So the Spring Creek Mountain Village area has been raised quite a bit to address that. But you don't really notice it. It sort of blends in within the site. Environmental reserve easement. So I think you've heard sort of the two sides of the story to some degree. It's a little unusual because we don't have a conceptual scheme of subdivision. We don't have an area structure plan for these sites. All we have is the zoning. But we also have a very clear concept map. So we want to work with the applicant, if that's what they're proposing, to try and figure out regulations that are clear for them and for us as we go forward. So I had suggested putting something into the land use bylaw if this was clearly their intent. They have. Ultimately, administration doesn't necessarily agree with the approach. Now, again, it's a somewhat contradictory piece. On one hand, I'm standing up here saying less houses, this is a sensitive land, but on the other hand, I'm saying, well, we might want some trails in there. And they're saying, well, we're trying to enhance the creek bank areas, put some additional planting in there, greater stability. So again, I appreciate their frustration at the somewhat contradictory messages, but to be consistent with town-wide, administration feels the area has opportunities for some limited recreation that minimize incursion into the habitat patch, or the area formerly known as habitat patch. Perhaps having a connection here in pink to the palliative care facility, perhaps having this area shown in teal, wrapping around the peninsula here in Subdistrict C. The trails in light blue are future planned trails as part of the Spring Creek area redevelopment plan. I think these would be sort of logical extensions of what's proposed there. They couldn't propose anything further south. The policy in the Spring Creek ARP actually says no development south of that line, although it only applies to north of the line. So I think having some development there, probably in a 3-meter wide environmental reserve, and then I think probably leaving it at that, we'd have some thought. So, and sorry, I wanted to start with this and I didn't, but the subdivision process is what really determines where the environmental reserve, where the municipal reserve, and consideration of environmental reserve easements. So generally, we would look for 10% municipal reserve, and that is in addition to any environmental reserve lands. So the remaining lands, we would take 10% of that as municipal reserve. This site, I don't feel is appropriate for extensive recreation because it's adjacent to the habitat patch, so we don't want to put playgrounds here, or soccer fields, or anything like that. But I think some small-scale pathways in the area to connect with the Spring Creek would be a logical piece. I do want to really quickly touch on the trail in yellow. So this is an existing trail. It's part of the former subdivision, Rocky Lane subdivision here at the end of 3rd Avenue. I mean, I think this talks a little bit like this was environmental reserve. A trail was put, the trail dead ends there, which is bizarre. And bizarre and frustrating for the owners of these properties here because it encourages people to trespass either on the McCaffrey's land or on the land to the north. So I think we need to rectify that and put some kind of connection through there. As proposed, there's a road through that area to access Area C. So I would look for some connection to get out of that dead end situation. Engineering, transportation, planning have looked at this. We're not wild about the idea of a road up against the edge of this municipal reserve pathway as identified in the Spring Creek plan. Some of the residents in along 3rd Avenue, some of the feedback they got was they didn't want to see another connection for trails over to Spring Creek, feeling that there would be too many people in the area. I think if that bridge were to go in there, I think it would be virtually impossible to stop people who are on a pathway here or here from connecting those two. So I think acknowledging that that's the reality of it is something to consider. All that to say, these are subdivision questions, and as we disagree on the approach to that, I think they should be removed from the bylaw as proposed and resolved through the subdivision process, which I will remind council is currently with that authority of subdivision has been delegated to the chief administrative officer. So it becomes a somewhat administrative decision. Just putting that out there. Final piece, small. There's been some discussion about alignment with the town's climate action plan. The applicant has, I think, done a fair bit of work on looking at potentials, but there are no explicit details in the district as proposed, so somewhat similar to another recent application that I was here with. There's a lot of goodwill, but there's no details, so administration would have preferred to see some more explicit commitments there. I know it's hard early on to make those commitments. We would have liked to have seen that. Regardless, at very least, obviously new development would need to comply with the town's green building regulations, which are best in class, I would say. So, happy to answer any questions, but in summary, administration's recommendations at this point are to hear from the public and that council give both bylaws first reading and schedule a public hearing for 3 short weeks from now.
Thank you, Mr. Fish. Just on the direct control district, so you mentioned with it being direct control, it's still, subdivision is still delegated to the CAO. Is there anything that would be coming back to council? Obviously, any variances, I imagine? Or
So in a direct control district, no real variances are permissible.
Right.
So there, to answer your question, no, nothing further would be coming back to council were both of these bylaws passed.
Right, as long as, then everything else would have to follow along with them, right? Okay.
Correct, yes.
All right, I will go directly to council's questions. Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you for the presentation. So going back to some of the things that we heard from the applicant, from yourself just now, so I do note that in sub-district B and C, there is a line there that the maximum site coverage for all buildings on each lot shall be 372 meters squared. So if they put an accessory dwelling unit on there or something else, that would take away from the house size potential. So it isn't crazy above 325 meters squared. So is that the actual, then at worst case, if they only built just a house, is 372 meters squared the maximum that they could build the house to then?
Times 3.
Can you explain how the times
Yes.
3 happens?
So that's site coverage.
Okay.
So that's only the footprint of the building.
Oh, so if they go up.
Exactly. So
Okay.
the footprint of this half of the Civic Center and that half of the Civic Center, let's just say, are roughly the same. But this is all 1 story, whereas that's all 2 stories. And so that would have twice the FAR as this, even though they're the same footprint. That wasn't a great example, but
Yep.
it only counts the footprint. So basically, you need to times that number by 3.
Okay, and then that would come into the other part of the no maximum number of stories. So with that no maximum number of stories, is that needed? Is that not needed? Because again, in most of the districts we have, it just kind of ends at maximum building height shall be this, and then it ends. So is that something we should look at with the no maximum number of stories, or because
Yeah.
again, taking that away, you're not then prescribing how many stories they can build. So is there actually a maximum, or is that under other guidelines for that?
It would be under the building height guidelines. So it would be hard to fit 3 stories in 9.5 meters. You could do it. Some of the stories might be a little shallower. Current tastes are for much higher ceilings. The house I grew up in had 8-foot high ceilings. Now 9-foot is kind of standard, and current Canmore properties are often 10 feet. But you get a loft area in there. And so the 2.5 stories, administration is less concerned about the number of stories because it's really trying to minimize the impact on adjacent properties, which isn't an issue on this site in the same way it is in most other districts, because there's so much space there.
Okay. And then going to the 12 meter in District D, so if that was to be a barn, as that they wanted 12 meters, would it be best to, again, I don't want to do an amendment on the fly or anything, but would it be best to basically add a section saying detached dwelling, maximum height shall be 9.5 meters? Would that essentially solve the problem there? Just because we have, it's listed out. So let me scroll down.
So I think that would require a fair bit of, sorry to interrupt, but I think it would take a fair bit of tweaking to that section to bring it into alignment with what was stated earlier as the intent of that. But the way it's written now is
I
that
totally
the
agree.
principal dwelling could be 12 meters.
Yeah.
And sorry, I sort of glossed over it, but the other recommendation was about the detached dwelling height being, so it depends a little bit on whether it's 1 story or above a garage. It ranges from 4 to 6 meters, but it's not 9.5.
Yeah, because again,
Elsewhere.
with that one, because again, looking at the permitted uses, we have within that specific District D, there's a section for accessory buildings, accessory dwelling unit attached, accessory dwelling unit detached, but we don't touch on the agriculture extensive, which is where I assume the barn would fall underneath. So again, is it one of those things that you can't have the maximum building height is 9.5 meters and then say, or could you say with the exception of agricultural extensive 12 meters? That's one of the things I'm looking for right now, because if the intent from the applicant is 9.5 meters, then in theory, they don't have an issue with the detached dwelling being 9.5 meters. then we're dealing with the barn. So that's something that I would like to see, because again, I don't want to do something on the fly here. But I'll leave it there. I have lots of other ones.
So one option, of course, you have is for things like that, if it passes first reading, you could be working with administration on wording to make sure that you're not doing anything, and you could bring that to second reading.
Yeah, there's a few things. Other ones are very small grammatical things that just. Yeah.
Yes.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you.
I forgot to hit the button, thank you. Hello, Mr. Fish. Thank you for
Councillor
joining us
McCallum.
today. I have a few questions. My first question is, the Strava map that the applicant provided us, are any of those trails within their footprint of their property legit? Like legitimate trails that have been, or none of them?
There are no designated trails there.
Okay.
So
I didn't think so, I just thought I'd ask though.
very quickly, here's the Town of Canmore official trails map. So these are trails
That's
that
it.
are maintained by our Parks Department. And so the subject site is on the lower right here. This is the provincial park boundaries and trails map.
Okay.
It's faint to see, but they have some trails over here that see limited, I would suggest no maintenance to them. They're actually on public lands in these areas. The town, Miss Rissling Wynn, a number of years ago, worked on a project to try and concentrate use on a few designated trails rather than the random proliferation that's there and that we see somewhat evidenced by this map, to try and create larger areas of lower human use, just to create more predictability for the wildlife. But short answer is no.
No, okay, thank you. My second question was, okay, tick. The MGA asks us to plan in a way that provides us with an orderly, efficient development of land. Part of this proposal seems orderly and efficient if estate lots are considered efficient, but some of it doesn't. Can you speak to that in terms of what planning's opinion is that? Like, it kind of, I guess, in hand, and I'm sort of struggling as to whether I should ask this a question of you or of our EIS person, or third-party reviewer, is we've also spoken about keeping our development tight and compact so that there's a hard edge for wildlife, but that's not necessarily what we're seeing up there. So I guess I'm asking, one's got more of a planning bent, the other's got more of an EIS bent, but I'm wondering if you can speak to one or both of them, please.
I'll try and touch on a few pieces there briefly. Generally, higher density, more efficient use of land is something that we pursue, but given the sensitivities of the environment that surrounds Canmore, we're sort of in a different set of rules where minimizing the development footprint in Canmore is desirable. And so to some degree, I think the applicant has done that by clustering that development like I talked about, rather than having, dividing the site into 7 and then having 7 equal portions. It's most of it's clustered.
I'm thinking,
in
well,
that
part
top
of it's
area.
clustered, but then I'm thinking about the lot that's like, there's a big road and everything else, and so that's what seems sort of like out of place.
I think, and so previous thinking, the so-called 2002 Golder report that will get mentioned every now and then, had a very different approach to wildlife corridors and habitat patch, where it started with very low intensity development. And then sort of there was a gradation to higher density development. And the idea was that there was sort of this soft edge and wildlife would kind of get into it and perhaps start to feel uncomfortable and then migrate out of that area.
But they just permeate.
Now, as we're seeing the wildlife, as Mr. Riddichuk was talking about, Canmore elk are unusual and they're completely in our developed areas. Some of the other species less so, but the third-party review talked about trying to minimize the cul-de-sac effects. And so again, trying to cluster that, trying to minimize the amount of, I'll call it incursion into the undeveloped space to the south, acknowledging there's a wastewater treatment plant, there's a materials recycling facility, there's other development in that area. So in some ways, if you can have a few homes on large lots, that's less intrusive than putting a whole bunch of housing in that area.
Oh, I wasn't talking about putting a whole bunch of housing. I was just talking about densifying or centralizing all of the homes, or development rather, in one area, and I was wondering what planning's opinion of that was.
Yeah, I think I mean, maybe it's a bit of a wildlife, more of a biologist question. I think the one home with some activity would still allow some degree of wildlife to move through there. You know, bears still end up on Kananaskis Way occasionally. So even more sensitive species are sometimes finding their way into these areas. So in that way, lower density development is better than higher density development in those areas. No development at all in an area would be best.
And then my last question is about the UGB. Urban Growth Boundary.
Growth boundary.
So we have our city limits, we have our urban growth boundary. Our urban growth boundary is basically there to prevent us from sprawling. So do we actually think that we're at the point where we've hit the walls of our community where we actually need to step outside the urban growth boundary or redraw that line?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Is that the test that's in the MDP as to whether we expand the urban growth boundary?
No.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Fish. A couple of questions. We haven't talked too much about agriculture and the agricultural potential of this property or this proposal. What could be there? What are we talking about? What are some options that are tangible for me?
I guess there could be a couple of scenarios. So I have to remember my terminology now. The extensive agriculture is more, I'm going to call it a hobby farm type idea. That might mean different things to different people, but I think that's very much what is envisioned for that, and that is a permitted use. So there would be little oversight of what that might look like. I mean, it could be a fence and some horses, something like that. An intensive agricultural operation could be a whole range of quite a bit more intense things, i.e. you could cover the site with greenhouses or something like that. Now that's a discretionary use, and I think we would look back to the environmental impact statement, we'd look back to the intent of the municipal development plan and say that's not consistent with what the intent was. You know, a confined feeding operation for cattle, again, that would be an intensive operation. That's not what's going to happen here.
Pigs and chickens?
That would be I
want some eggs for the weekend.
We need to look at that a little bit, but I would say that would likely fall under the extensive agricultural piece. I think I'm straying into provincial jurisdiction about keeping wildlife. I'm going to stop talking now and say I'm not really sure about the details of that.
We have other bylaws around that too. Yeah.
Should have stopped a while ago, sorry.
I'll let Ms. Faubert chime in here if she would. Please.
Councillor Faubert.
Agriculture extensive means systems of tillage and or animal husbandry on large areas of land for the raising of crops or the rearing of livestock, either separately or in conjunction with another in unified operations and includes buildings and other structures incidental to the operation. Agriculture intensive means a place that employs a concentrated method used to raise crops or to rear or keep livestock or their products for market, including such operations as horse riding stables, poultry farms, pastures, rabbit trees, please no, fur farms, greenhouses, asking for animal sanctuaries, tree farms, sod farms, nurseries, and similar specialty uses conducted as the principal use of a building or site. And my understanding is it's horses. Horses, so, but there's a lot in those definitions, and I didn't realize rabbit trees were in there, but next time that omnibus comes back.
What is a rabbit tree?
Raising rabbits. We don't,
Like a tree?
it's just asking for
Well,
trouble.
this is a rabbit hole I don't need to go down right now. Terrible, I know.
Do you have another question, Councillor?
Yes, I do have one more. Is future subdividing of this property a possibility?
Yes, but it would need to be consistent with the land use bylaw. So the district as proposed and the sub-districts, you couldn't subdivide sub-district D, for example, into 3 different lots because only one home is permitted in sub-district D. So we wouldn't allow the subdivision of sub-district D, for example.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I have a couple of questions for our third-party reviewer, MSES.
Dr. Kopak.
Dr. Kopak, I wanted to make sure that he was not, his time here was not in vain.
Oh, sorry, I'm here. Oh, there we go.
Hello, Dr. Kopak. Thank you for joining us
Hi,
this
everyone.
afternoon.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors.
Can you hear me all right?
I can. Thank you.
Great, thank you. You would have heard a similar line of question that I asked the applicant's EIS expert, and that is with respect to this area. I'm wondering how you would look at this area as being a habitat patch, given that on page 7 of your report, you seem to accept that the EIS indicates that the project area is not currently or historically relied upon by elk for calving or during the winter. Just wondering what your thoughts on is this particular site as being a habitat patch.
So I think with that statement, through the process of developing the EIS, and we had read a draft, and given the size of this project, I understood that, you know, there's not going to be extensive data collection. And so I had sort of asked Mr. Rudachuk through this process to sort of dig into the AEP telemetry data for elk, which is the last of that was collected in 2013, I believe. Also, what other imagery was out there, if there was any camera studies, but also he went and conducted another field study. And my reasoning for that was I wanted to get a sense of, was the project area, was it being used? And that wasn't evident in the first draft. Mostly my thinking was that it was going to be used for foraging by elk because they sort of like grassy areas, obviously, that are close to forested areas for a predator refuge. And so I wanted to see if he could get some surveys that at least sort of would relativize where within the larger South Canmore lands habitat patch were elk more likely to be found, and would it be in this project area? And so when he did those field surveys, it sort of showed that relatively speaking, they are sort of more common in that southeastern part. So that sort of lowered my expectation for how much they used that particular site.
Great, thank you. So in order to allow development on the site, it requires a moving of the habitat patch boundary, and the environmental impact study indicates negligible to low impact. I know that you had asked, or you had raised the issue around cumulative, but did not necessarily disagree with the assessment on this particular development. So would you say that the environmental impact study can provide support for moving the habitat patch boundary?
I think the environmental assessment does a reasonable job of assessing the project's impacts. And I think, as my review sort of pointed out and Mr. Fish noted, I do have concerns about a cul-de-sac effect from the placement of the buildings. And I think my concerns in that regard are mostly around the placement of the hospice or palliative care center. I'm learning new terminology around that today. And just sort of, would that block movement sort of to the west as animals are moving along the river? Or would it sort of create a dead end for animals if they go into Subdistrict D, just increasing the potential for conflict interactions, whether it's with elk or bears that go in there and then don't have a direct way out to pass through wherever they were going? Will that happen? I can't say. There's it's non-zero that it might, and it might require future adaptive management. But then, to me, the cumulative effects is a bit of a separate issue. And so that's kind of why, when we developed the terms of reference, I wanted the proponent and their team to sort of provide council with some meaningful assessment of sort of the state of the physical cumulative effects in that area. And so that's why we discussed and they put in the EIA a disturbance change analysis. So the one big thing that came out of that I kind of wanted to see was, what state was the South Canmore Lands habitat patch in, and when did the disturbance go into that area? And so that analysis showed that, even it was already disturbed by the time it was named a habitat patch in 1999. So that's where the project might be negligibly adding to that. But this is where, I've worked as an independent reviewer for the town on the 2012 TSMV EIS, as well as in 2020, and on numerous other projects. And so I've done a report for the town on the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor and its functionality. So I'm well aware of the cumulative effects facing the corridor network as a whole. And so to me, once cumulative effects are significant, everything above that is significant. It doesn't matter how small it is or where it goes. And, but you can't, that's not really a proponent's issue to address completely. And so in my review, that's why I sort of point out for council's benefit to sort of think about the fact that, even if this project is small, the corridor network is still experiencing significant cumulative effects that need to be sort of managed at that regional level with an eye towards that.
Great. Thank you very much. I just look, while you're still up on the screen, I would look to council to see if anyone else has any questions. Dr. Kolpak?
Thank you, Dr. Kopach.
Councilor Moore?
Yeah, I'm still trying to reconcile this part on page 3 of your report, where it says, we do not agree that the cumulative effects are negligible. We understand this is a small project, but in a region where cumulative effects are already significant, and you reference like Dr. Ford, et cetera, any further additional development only contributes to the existing significant cumulative effects. And you talked about the threshold and the intensity of our threshold. Where are we in your minds on that scale?
On the threshold of cumulative effects?
Mm-hmm.
I believe you have. I believe Canmore has significant cumulative effects on the corridors throughout the region, through both physical disturbances and human use. And I think both. Actually, two of the slides that Mr. Marshall showed and that Mr. Rudchuk showed, I think both sort of highlight that. The Strava map, where as Councillor McCallum asked, like, there's no designated trails, but there's sure a lot of use. And same with that picture of the physical development in the habitat patch, and all that would suggest, given that the point of some of those local, or not some, all, the point of those local habitat patches is to maintain interior space for species to get away from edges and disturbances that are meant to be outside of the corridor.
So on that, bringing up the Strava map, which I found very, very interesting, it looked like for this particular site that there was one particular pathway that some people are using, and most of the more major disturbance is actually further south. Yeah, we can see the subject site, and there's one cutting right through it at the middle, but most of it's to the south that's disturbance. I'm just wondering if, because it looks like the major access point for that disturbance in this site is in the upper left portion. I guess that would be the northwest. And if there's some development there, just right along the edge as proposed, do you see this as potentially, helping to keep people out and from trespassing?
Well, I guess my first instinct would be that limiting that foot traffic, which I can't tell quite how much is, Strava is not quantitative, but they just go down 3rd Avenue and into the habitat patch that way. You might just redirect traffic.
Yeah. Looks like they're already going that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this site doesn't really, I mean, that's already there.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't necessarily
Yep.
increase it. Okay. Thanks. Councillor Moore, were you finished with your questions? Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Kopak. I really appreciate your making the time to be with us today. I really wanted the opportunity to ask you directly, and you've provided us that opportunity, so I appreciate that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Looking to council to see if there's any other questions. I have one on the proposed bylaw -09 that's in our package, and I'm just scrolling up. I'm looking.
Page 111 of the entire 488.
Yeah, so on page 111 of 448.
I hope you all had a good weekend.
What's that struck out portion? Is that just an error?
That was an error, so
Okay.
my apologies on
Yeah,
that.
I just wanted to make sure that that's what I thought it was.
Yes.
Okay. And then I also had a question around on Schedule 9. You're recommending the removal of 14.40.25, and that's the construction environmental management plan. And I was just wondering why you were looking to strike that.
I will look
Because it sounded like
to
a
Ms.
heck of a good idea.
Miller to provide some
Okay.
clarity on that.
Okay, let's see, I'll turn on. Ms. Miller?
Through you, Mayor Krausert, we're proposing that this section be removed from the land use bylaw because these are really conditions of subdivision that could not effectively be enforced by means of the land use bylaw. They have greater strength and greater teeth as part of the subdivision process, and therefore would not need to be noted as part of the land use bylaw. These are not land use bylaw concerns. These are concerns about as part of subdivision.
Okay. Is that something?
And development permit.
Is that something that if it was even in the land use bylaw, could be repeated in the subdivision or the subdivision conditions and stuff?
It could be, but it would be redundant, and it creates a situation where we'd be trying to enforce elements that aren't really land use related as part of the land use bylaw, rather than using the appropriate tool, which would be subdivision. So could you put the words there? Yes. How effective it is, questionable. There are other tools that are better suited to address those concerns.
Okay, great, thank you. That's very helpful. And Councillor Hillstead.
Going back to page 111, just out of curiosity, was it actually March 1889 for the date? So it's just a really old date.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't a typo and
That is,
things got
yes,
inverted.
no, a couple of people asked for clarity on that, and I appreciate that. That sounds like the sort of mistake I would make. And I did go back to the title, and the title does refer to the township plan dated, I can't remember exactly, March 1889.
Well, the fact that it says Northwest Quarter Township Plan, I assume that it was correct, because we don't tend to use that stuff. And then I was just curious if you could speak to, within the report, it stated that the change from conservation area is actually a higher standard than the growth boundary, just because it says that it must be, let me find the wording here. It's
extraordinary benefit.
Yeah, exceptional community benefit.
Exceptional benefit.
So I was just curious if you could elaborate on that at all. It's on page 104.
Yeah, if we want to look at the two clauses on the screen, so I'll go back to the growth boundary, and I often refer to this as the urban growth boundary, but it is the growth boundary, small detail. So policy 215A says expanding the growth boundary where a community benefit is achieved, and then the consideration for change of zoning in the conservation area talks about only doing it with exceptional community benefit being just demonstrated. I don't think there is, well, I think what that is highlighting is the importance of the values that are intrinsic in Canmore and its municipal development plan around preservation of environmentally sensitive lands, hence the exceptional community benefit. The growth boundary generally refers to areas, well, it's a little bit of a tighter boundary. Most of the conservation areas are provincial park, where we have little to no jurisdiction. I think no jurisdiction is the answer. So most of those areas, there would need to be some kind of exceptional community benefit. As noted earlier, this is an unusual lot.
Another thing I just noted under stakeholder engagement was that Alberta Environment and Parks recommend that the town engage with BCA to work on improving wildlife habitat and the rest of the habitat patch. But then it also states in the report that they haven't met in a long time, and how would we even go about doing that?
So that's a question for higher level. I think it's almost a council senior administration strategic, maybe you'll be talking about the strategic plan shortly, if I ever stop talking. Some of it's sort of morphed into the human-wildlife coexistence group in the roundtable, but I think it was telling Dr. Kopak's words there at the end about needing to improve our efforts at managing levels of development, human use, all of the pressures that the wildlife are under. And so that takes time and money, and just like the questions earlier for the property owners about discouraging human use trespassing across their site, it's not the most desirable work always to be doing, is investing in those sorts of things. So
Ultimately comes down to educating people.
Educating, providing options in the right. So I have a holy trinity. It's the education of people so they know when they're making the right or wrong decision, providing them good options to make the right decision, having a viable recreation opportunity, and then also enforcement. If I go mountain biking in Banff National Park, they're going to take my bike. It's a mandatory court appearance, and it's a up to $10,000 fine. Maybe I just happen to know that. I'm not going to go mountain biking on a closed trail in Banff National Park.
No kidding.
So,
well, that's definitely for future discussions that we could have where we have some jurisdiction as well.
Could I just say one very quick thing on the Strava map? And it was touched on briefly. I'm not a wildlife biologist. I am a Strava expert. It is a very small, quirky segment of people, and so as noted, it doesn't capture most dog walkers or very casual walkers. The levels actually in that Strava map are very low levels of use, but I think what's telling there is how it's distributed across the site, and you can assume that there are many more dog walkers and other users. I'm almost certain there is almost nobody cross-country skiing in there, very few mountain bikers. I think it's mostly walkers, dog walkers, the odd runner, but not many people are chasing personal best marathon times through this site.
Great. Thank you. Anything else? Okay. All right, I don't see any further questions, so thank you very much. Okay, here's what we're going to do is we're going to, it's only been an hour since our last break, so we're going to keep going. And we're going to go straight into these first readings, and then we'll assess after that what we need to do, right? So, moving to item G2, sub 1, I move that council give first reading to Bylaw 2022-09, 800 3rd Avenue Municipal Development Plan Amendments. Now this, of course, is, we don't even need to be looking at the land use bylaw amendments if we're not prepared to support this. And of course, this is first reading, and I would strongly encourage support of this motion so that we can hear from the public. I would say that it's only in the rarest of situations that it would be something that we should not pass with first reading. And I should add, for those who are watching, that passing the first reading does not necessarily equate to full support. And so what we hear at the public hearing and what is discussed since in the meantime will come into play. Now, before I open up to discussion on that, I will look to council to see if anybody was thinking of bringing an amendment to this bylaw around the MDP plans, noting that the ones that were recommended by administration as things to consider relate to the land use bylaw, which is the next one. Okay, so seeing none, just speaking to this motion then, I believe that there's definitely some basis by which we could move the habitat patch line slightly, that the rezoning from conservation would be supported by the fact that this is private land and it is only to be developed slightly, and it better fits with the future development. And I believe that there is a path by which the requirements under the NDP for moving the growth boundary are met. And so given those potentials, I am prepared to put this to hear from the public. Councillor Graham, what say you?
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I won't be supporting first reading. I felt that there were too many details in this proposal that were inconsistent, where there was intent but not clarity. We just had a very extensive public hearing regarding a lot of these similar ideas, in which the public spoke very loudly.
So I just be careful that we are judging this by this application and not by any other application.
Absolutely. Looking at the proposal, for me personally, there was too many amendments that I would want to see before I was comfortable with this proposal. So many that I felt that it would undermine the intent and the spirit of the document. Therefore, I won't be supporting first reading at this time.
Okay. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I will support first reading of this bylaw to amend the municipal development plan, specifically with respect to the maps of the urban growth boundary and the habitat patches. I think that it's important to hear from the community about whether or not they feel the tests set out in our municipal development plan for considering these types of changes are being met by the proponents' proposals. And I think in particular, the community benefit of a care facility balanced with the type of development being proposed in exchange for that. I definitely have some concerns. It's not around the MDP changes, however. And I think that it's important as we move forward on this one to get that feedback from the community directly because these are all of our boundaries, and these are the maps for our entire community in these plans. So when we're thinking about changing them, it's really important that we set out criteria, we measure that criteria, and we hear from our constituents. I think the other note that I'll make is that this is the first time that the process in the municipal development plan for changing the urban growth boundary is being used. So we've never been through this before, specifically with respect to that section in the MDP. So I am glad that prior councils set out that there is a test and there are standards that need to be met in order for this to occur. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be supporting first reading from a procedural fairness perspective. I do have some large concerns. Just because there's a test doesn't mean that we need to throw out all or any of our planning rules in terms of the larger planning perspective, which states that you don't really move your urban growth boundary or your growth boundary unless you've sort of hit the walls of development. It's sort of like a hidden reserve of land. In addition to that, I also have concerns about the style of housing. Our most recent housing needs assessment tells us very clearly that continuing to build single detached dwellings in our community is never going to bring us any closer to our affordability goals. And so I appreciate that there's a request for a range of housing, but we already have a lot of this kind of housing. And these will not be affordable to people who have regular jobs in Canmore. So I will still go forward and approve first reading, but those are my two biggest concerns. I have a few others, but those are the biggest ones. Thank you.
So, and just to comment, because I'll ask, I have a question of Councillor Graham too after others have spoken. But of course, the second point that you raised, and valid point, it's mostly to the next bylaw, right, about the land use bylaw? Okay. Councillor Maw.
Thank you, Your Worship. This was a really challenging one to wrestle with, and after a lot of talk of lots of stuff and a lot of thinking, I will not be able to support this for going to first reading. When I look at the moving the growth boundary conditions, such as the community benefit, I'm very sympathetic to the palliative care group. You guys do amazing work. I'm not convinced that this facility will be at a price point or accessibility to the entire community to access, which then also brings to question the net positive fiscal or socioeconomic impacts of that. I also feel that the cumulative impacts on the environment here are tangible, and this needs to be thought about further. I do feel that there is potential for development on this land, but at this current proposal, I cannot support. Thank you.
Councillor Hillstad.
I will support first reading, again, to get it to the public, because I do want to see if the public thinks that it passed the test to move the urban growth, or the growth boundary, and to move the conservation area. So I want to see it get there. I want to hear from the public. I have some concerns. I think some of it's done well. Some things, again, maybe, yeah, there's just things that I'm not convinced on yet. So I would like to go to the public and hear what they have to say.
Councillor Mara.
Thank you. I will be supporting this first reading. I too would like to hear from the public. I've always been a vocal voice about hearing from the public on the matters first, and I do have concerns. There's some positives, there's some negatives, but I would like to hear from the community first and then go from there. So I will support this first reading.
Thank you. And I just had I meant to ask a question of Councillor Graham. You indicated that there's too many amendments that that you'd want to see. Are you talking about this particular bylaw or the other one, or both?
Both. Both, yes.
Okay. All right, so I will first of all clear the screen there. I'll call the question then on the motion. All those in favor? Carried, with Councillors Maw and Graham opposed. Moving to the next item then, that Council give first reading to Bylaw 2022-10, 800 3rd Avenue Land Use Bylaw Amendment. And I would be, first of all, looking to Council to see if anybody is wanting to bring forth an amendment. Councillor Hillstead.
So just as discussed earlier during my questioning and things, I just want to know procedurally, would it be better, because there's some things that are, very not big issues, and then there's some things more around getting clarity from the applicant today that, it sounds like they want 9.5 meters for their residents, but it's a 12-meter barn, so things around that, they're important, but I just want to know, should we be bringing those amendments now, or is it best to bring those back at second reading after the public hearing, just kind of have it out there that I'm thinking about those, just I don't want to do something on the fly and then wreck the bylaw.
Yeah, I would support you in not doing something on the fly. I think that if there was something that was already worded that administration recommended, that's fairly safe that they've given that some consideration. Now, there may be things that we've heard that are different, and therefore it may not exactly fit. And therefore, if, first reading actually, there's often not a lot of amendments at first reading, and second reading you'll get that. The last time that we received this, or received a proposal, because they were put forward by administration, and it was felt that, I wanted to make sure that the public had a chance to hear them, we accepted them at that time, but this is definitely not the last time that you can bring an amendment.
Yeah.
So if it's combining something you've heard with maybe something that's out there, I would have a discussion with administration so that it captures the intent without causing some unintended consequences.
And that's exactly why I'm just asking now, because there's some things that I think, we could throw some things out there, but that's not the complete intent of what I'm trying to get at the moment. And then, again, just being cognizant of that after we hear from the public, there may be other changes. So It's basically just to get working with administration on some of the simpler amendments that we heard from the applicant today, that, just to clarify some of the things. And then, again, depending on how the whole process goes, bring those forward then. So if it's
and that's
fine to not do that now, I'm happy not to bring those forward at the moment.
But I think it's good that you raised it, because then
it's at least out there that.
Exactly. Exactly. Is there anybody that would like to bring an amendment this time? Seeing none, then the motion is on the floor to approve the first reading of Bylaw 2022-10 as it's presented. I'm willing to support this first reading, to hear from from the public. I also have sat through a couple of applications on this land previously, and they were much more intensive in their use. I actually believe that the type of proposal being made is probably the most suitable for this land, that it's relatively low use. Any higher density would not be appropriate for this land. I believe that by actually developing as proposed is likely to enhance the functionality of the remaining corridor based on what I heard from the experts. It is a previously disturbed site. D cannot be subdivided any further. The project will negligibly add to that disturbance that was already there. Good question whether it's actually a habitat patch. It's not critical habitat. These are the sorts of things I heard. And you know, the EIS expert, when asked about increasing functionality of the remaining habitat and from this, and the answer was, you know, for sure. You know, and I think that there's there may be some amendments that people want to make at next reading, and we can certainly deal with those, but I think that this is definitely in the right direction and can do well for the area as a whole to protect it. And it's a rare circumstance in which we have private land, it's zoned future development, and to have some use of it for it that could actually then enhance the environmental protection, I think is a very interesting thing to ponder. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I will support first reading and move to public hearing to hear from the community on this direct control district, which sets the conditions of development should these lands be removed from outside or put in the urban growth boundary and be removed from the habitat patch map. I think that when I went through the package, one of the things that I noticed is that the applicant was responsive to changes that came out of the third-party review of the EIS, as well as the setting up that EIS process. And I think that that responsiveness to what council and the community now are ready to provide in feedback will help carry us through this process. For me, it's not necessarily a straight shot to third reading. One thing that comes up for me is hearing back from the community about the scale and size of the development being proposed. I want to make sure that, you know, in my mind, right, so what we got here is a process where two groups have partnered to bring a community benefit that one group really wants to establish in our community forward, and the other group, by supporting that community benefit, can receive a benefit of making these lands developable, more so than they are now in their current state, given the regulatory framework they exist under. I want to make sure that the development being proposed matches what is allowable under our MDP and land use bylaw in other residential areas. So my concern would be that much larger homes and a greater scale of development exists than, say, the homes down 3rd Avenue without there being a good planning rationale for that. So I don't necessarily know how the community will bring forward their input on that. That might be a little too specific for me, and I'll be listening for that in sort of what people are talking about. But, you know, there's an exchange of benefit, I think, by what is being proposed. And I think that measuring that community benefit is going to be the work of council in terms of listening to what's coming back from us, from them. So it'll be an interesting public hearing. Thank you.
Councillor Hillstead.
I will also support this first reading. Again, just important to hear from the public, to get their feedback on what they think they like and don't like about this. So keep it short. Just I look forward to the hearing from the public.
Councillor Graham.
I'm going to stick to my guns on this one and not support first reading. I'm still very concerned about cul-de-sacs. I'm concerned about moving the urban growth boundary. I'm concerned about the net benefit of palliative care and what that could or could not look like. I'm still very concerned about the intent of the document versus what we could amend. And you know, we're kind of a little bit of shot in the dark there on a lot of issues. So at this point in time, I won't be supporting first reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCallum.
I will support first reading to the public hearing to ensure procedural fairness to the applicant. I repeat the concerns I have before, the urban growth, I keep saying urban, it was always UGB for me, the growth boundary, and whether our community needs any more large single detached dwellings. I hope we don't get 6.5 days, I have to say. I'm really not down for that. I don't need 6.5 days to hear from the public, just saying that. So anyways, thank you so much.
Any other comments? I'll call the question then. Those in favor? Carried with Councillors Ma and Graham opposed. So we have both bylaws approved at first reading, and so I move that council schedule a single public hearing for bylaw 2022-09 and 2022-10 on May 24th, 2022. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, I'm looking first of all to council. We are currently scheduled to 5:30, and I'm proposing that we would take a 5-minute break as there's moving around, then we'll come back and we'll deal with the photo radar, or the automated traffic enforcement. And then do people have a little bit more time? We can stay longer and deal with the strategic plan? You don't? No? Oh, we're scheduled till 6 on the agenda? Okay. Okay. I think we can do this till before 6 then. So we'll aim to do that. So let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back. Okay, and we're back. And now to item H2, Automated Traffic Enforcement Review. Ms. Miller, welcome to council.
Thank you. Thanks for having me today. So today we're talking about Automated Traffic Enforcement Review, or commonly referred to as photo radar. So our current contract is up for review this year, and I figured it'd be a good time to overview the entire program with the changes that were made provincially in the last year as well. So in Canmore, automated traffic enforcement is one tool that the town uses to increase traffic safety. The Traffic and Roads Improvement Group does meet regularly to discuss community traffic safety on the roads in the town of Canmore. This group is made up of members from engineering, streets and roads, municipal enforcement, and the RCMP. By focusing on education, enhancing community safety, improving road engineering, and traffic enforcement, the town aims to encourage safe speeds to allow everyone on the roads more time to react to the unexpected, avoid collisions, and lower the severity of collision-related injuries and property damage. Enforcement is addressed a few different ways. The Canmore RCMP Detachment's Traffic Safety Plan identifies regular patrols, enhanced shifts, the check stop program, and automated traffic enforcement as tools to enforce safe road use. Automated Traffic Enforcement, or ATE, is delivered under the joint oversight of the Canmore RCMP and the Town of Canmore Protective Services Department. ATE was first approved for use in Canmore in 2007 as a tool to address speeding. Though some things have changed over the years, one notable constant is that automated enforcement has been contracted out since its arrival. As a full turnkey operation, the contractor supplies fully trained community peace officers, equipment, ticket processing, court time, advertising, signage, statistics, and a call center. Despite being a contracted operation, no automated enforcement takes place without the specific approval of the Canmore RCMP Detachment Commander and the Manager of Protective Services. The Automated Traffic Enforcement Program has been audited 3 separate times by the Solicitor General and Public Safety Department from the province in 2009, 2014, and again in 2017. In all 3 audits, the town's Automated Traffic Enforcement Program was found to be compliant with the provincial guidelines. Earlier this year, I presented the Automated Traffic Enforcement Report at a Committee of the Whole meeting. The report outlined the various community safety and active transportation projects that have been supported by ATE fine revenue in 2021. Net revenues from the entire contract from 2007 and 2021 have totaled $8.9 million and continue to offset the funding for the equivalent of 1.5 RCMP officers and other in projects including things like pedestrian and cycling infrastructure, a traffic study, enhancements to the Bow River Bridge corridor, funding for new driver rebates and a law enforcement bursary, and recently the new municipal enforcement hybrid vehicle. In December 2019, the Alberta provincial government started a review of the Automated Traffic Enforcement Program and established new guidelines for running this type of enforcement program in Alberta. A new guide was released in late 2021, and I'll review some of the changes a little later in the presentation. While the review took place, changes to municipal automated traffic enforcement programs were not allowed. Municipalities could not add new zones or purchase new equipment since 2019. The Town of Canmore publishes all automated traffic enforcement zones online on the canmore.ca website. This interactive map highlights the zones, and if you hover over the zone with your mouse, you can see the reasoning behind the zones. As we update the zone selection criteria this year, the new selection criteria will be added to the maps. Currently, automated enforcement is done in 36 zones throughout town, and though it may not look like 36 zones on the map, there is a separate zone for each direction of travel in most areas. Enforcement is split 40% in playground and school zones and 60% in other zones, and is split across about 24 hours a week. Though time is spent across each zone, if there's low traffic volume or a low number of speeding violations, less time will be spent in some zones as it's not an effective use of contracted hours. Over the years, the number of tickets issued to residents versus non-residents has been tracked. Because automated traffic enforcement tickets are issued to the registered owner of the vehicle, the definition of a resident is based on where the vehicle is registered. As shown in the graph, the percentage of tickets issued to residents has decreased over time. This could indicate a greater awareness and compliance to the speed limits in town by residents, as the number of tickets issued to residents has decreased over time. That said, the total number of speeding violations has demonstrated no discernible pattern over time. Annual statistics are not a true like-for-like comparison, as there are several factors that influence tickets issued, including, but not limited to, changes in road design, road construction, the number of visitors, and the number of locations of ATE zones, which are reviewed annually. Again, the town of Canmore has taken a holistic approach to traffic safety that includes conducting education, enhancing traffic and community safety, improving road engineering, and conducting enforcement. So now on to the new Alberta ATE guidelines. So I mentioned that the province had done a review of the automated traffic enforcement program and had updated the guidelines. So I'll go over these now and how they'll be applied to the automated traffic enforcement program in Canmore. There are 4 guiding principles. The first is transportation safety, not revenue generation, and that must be the objective of ATE programs throughout the province. The second is that police services, in collaboration with municipalities, are responsible to ensure ATE programs are used to improve traffic safety outcomes. Third, ongoing evaluation of ATE programs will ensure that traffic safety outcomes are improved. And last, 4, public transportation is paramount for the success of ATE programs. The town's program does already follow these 4 guiding principles before they were implemented. So automated traffic enforcement is one tool that contributes to traffic safety. We do collaborate with the RCMP to determine the specifics of the program, which are reviewed annually, and we do post the enforcement zones and the annual report publicly on the canmore.ca website. So, though we follow the principles, we do have some changes to our ATE program. Starting in January 2022, a quarterly report is now sent to the Solicitor General in addition to the annual reports. So these reports also include the collision data that's now provided by the province on a monthly basis. The challenge with the collision data, though, is that it's given in a raw form each month, which takes quite a bit of cleanup before it can be used. So it's nice that it's just required to be reported back quarterly. That said, in the last quarter, only 1 collision that resulted in property damage occurred in an automated traffic enforcement zone. The definition of transition zones has been updated to include areas with rapid changes in speed. So automated enforcement is not allowed in these zones, and these zones includes roads that are on or near on-ramps or off-ramps. And we didn't have any current zones that would have fit that definition, but we'll be not adding these zones in the future. Automated enforcement is no longer allowed in 30-kilometer-an-hour zones that have more than 50% of residential buildings on both sides of the road. So effective April 1st, the Bridge Road zone was removed from the program. Though this area is still a concern and one of the areas that still sees a high level of speeding violations, it no longer fits the criteria in the new provincial guidelines. And lastly, though this was not a major issue in Canmore, tickets issued within 5 minutes of each other will be restricted to only the most serious infraction. So this means if a driver were to get 2 speeding violations within 5 minutes, they would only be issued one of those violations. But you would have to be really creative in town to be able to do that. So there are further changes that will be rolled out throughout 2022. Effective June 2022, use within school zones will be restricted to when school is in session and speed restrictions are in effect. Public concern is no longer used as site selection criteria, and neither will the replacement of conventional enforcement be used as site selection criteria. Both of these reasons were allowable previously as site selection under the previous guidelines, but have been removed in the 2021 edition of the guidelines. Previously, ATE was utilized in areas where conventional enforcement methods were not considered safe or effective, and that was a part of our traffic safety plan. In some cases, ATE was used as the only method of enforcement in those zones. Now, responding to public concerns and replacing a conventional method of enforcement is not allowed. So we will continue to work with the Traffic and Roads Improvement Group to respond to public concerns of speeding. By December 2022, we will reassess all of the existing locations using the new location criteria and reassess each location every 2 years. There's a new standardized location selection form that's required to be submitted and approved by the Canmore RCMP Detachment Commander. Though we already review these locations annually, the location assessments now expire every 2 years and must be resubmitted. I'll speak to the new selection criteria on the next slide as well. In an effort to increase transparency, placards will be placed at the front and back of the ATE vehicle while it is in operation. The placards will be bright yellow signs with blue-colored words that say "Drive safe" and are clearly visible to drivers coming up upon the vehicle. We'll continue to post the ATE location zones in the annual public reports. In addition, we'll start posting the ATE location assessment forms that are approved by the RCMP. Finally, we'll continue to work with engineering to change the nature of our roadways to manage speeding through some of our existing or future projects. So, Canmore's ATE zones will fit into 2 of the new selection criteria. For zones that see a higher frequency of speeding, they must demonstrate a higher frequency of speeding or speeding contraventions relative to other similar areas or intersections across a 3-year period. They also must have documentation of at least 3 vehicles exceeding the speed limits by 15 kilometers an hour in every half hour of the speed monitoring period. Lastly, since we already have automated traffic enforcement, we can also show that it has resulted in the reduced frequency of speeding vehicles or contraventions over a 3-year period. Because the province is asking for comparative data, I have engaged Mr. Asarte from the engineering department in discussions regarding the requirement to have speed studies completed in non-ATE zones in order to have the necessary information for the location assessment forms. Designated zones, such as playground and school zones, are still allowable and will be used for site selection consideration. For the purposes of the ATE guideline, a designated school zone or playground zone is a section of road adjacent to a school or playground that is denoted by a 30-kilometer-an-hour speed limit regulatory sign and extends until the sign is indicating the zone has ended, or another speed limit sign is in its place. As mentioned previously, ATE is limited to school days in school zones, and playground zones must only have ATE during the designated playground zone times. Now, higher frequency of collisions could also be used to justify zones, though this is not necessarily a factor that we are going to be using in Canmore to justify our existing zones. If there were ongoing problems that could not be addressed through education, engineering, or conventional enforcement, collision data could then be used to justify a new zone. The province has now provided access to the monthly updated data, which is used to report back to the Solicitor General. The collision data does go back 3 years, and again, it's in quite raw form, so it's not very fun to look at. To meet the selection criteria, there needs to be evidence of a high collision frequency relative to other similar roads or intersections, with at least 5 collisions resulting in injuries or fatalities within the last 3 years, or at least 15 collisions resulting in property damage, injury, or fatality within the last 3 years. So as mentioned, this is not necessarily a factor that we would use in Canmore to justify our existing zones, but it could be used as something that if we wanted to add an existing zone later on, we could use that as justification later. And again, in Q1 of this year, there was only that 1 collision in an ATE zone that resulted in property damage. So the current contract for automated traffic enforcement ends on August 31st of this year. Administration's recommendation is that Council direct administration to issue an RFP for the provision of automated traffic enforcement services for speed only for a 3-year term with 2 one-year options to extend for a total of 5 years. There are a number of benefits to continuing this contract. It is part of our current traffic safety plan and is supported by the RCMP, provides us with the means to continue increasing traffic and community safety. Automated traffic enforcement is also one of the most equitable forms of enforcement, as it takes out that human-to-human interaction and focuses solely on the behavior of the speeding vehicle. Violations are issued to the registered owner of the vehicle, and when these types of violations go to court, they are rarely thrown out. By contracting the service out, we are able to save Town of Canmore time and resources while meeting community and transportation safety enforcement goals. By issuing an RFP for the provision of ATE for a 3-year term with the option of extensions, we also have flexibility in terms of reviewing whether or not the contract is meeting our needs. There are other options available to us, such as discontinuing the use of ATE in Canmore, developing an in-house program through municipal enforcement, or discontinuing ATE and creating a traffic enforcement unit. If we wish to discuss options 2 and 3, we'll need to move in camera to protect third-party business interests and economic interests. But I'll start with option 1. So for option 1, the disadvantages to discontinuing the use of ATE would be that speeding violations may increase, and this can negatively impact safety. Speed increases the severity of collisions, both in severity of injury up to a fatality, and in terms of property damage. The loss of revenues will impact the holistic approach of improving community and traffic safety, and funding for the 1.5 RCMP positions would have to be accounted for through the budget process or in reducing the number of RCMP officers. The advantages to discontinuing the use of ATE would be that some time spent managing the ATE program would be freed up. That said, it really only requires about 40 to 60 hours per year of time, and the majority of that time is spent reviewing charts, data, and preparing reports. If we wish to continue, I'd recommend that we go in camera now.
Yes. Let's go in camera so that any of the questions pertaining to the confidential information can be answered, and then we'll come out of camera to deal with anything else or any and the motion itself. Okay? So I'll move that we move in camera to prevent disclosure of information related to business information of a third party in accordance with Section 16, Sub 1 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay. We are in camera. Just me. And Mr. Kelly can let me know when we're back on. Okay, we're back from being in camera. And now I will open up, actually I would like to say a thank you to Staff Sergeant Singleton and Sergeant Goebbels for your patience in being here today. I was just asking, was there anything that you wanted to add specifically, or is this support for questions?
Yeah, no, I just want to mention to council.
If you could come to the microphone, please.
Yeah, I just want to mention to council, thank you very much for inviting us in here today. And I do work very closely with Ms. Miller to go over our traffic studies and automated traffic enforcement. There is a lot of cooperation that goes into this, coming up with our zones, removing zones, and then learning the new legislation. So we work very closely.
Great, and thank you, and we appreciate that. So opening it up to questions from council. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser, and thank you, Ms. Miller, for your presentation. One of your alternatives was a traffic enforcement unit. How many other communities in Alberta have gone that route?
So Banff actually has a traffic enforcement unit, so just right next door. They do have a municipal enforcement unit that just does traffic.
Oh, okay.
And there's likely many others, Cochrane as well, so.
And what does that look like?
So they have dedicated resources to do traffic enforcement. So the CPO, that is their job duty when they're on shift, is conducting traffic enforcement.
Is it just ATE, or is it all like?
So they don't do any automated traffic enforcement, it's just all moving vehicle in person.
So like you actually pull them over, hand them the ticket. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Miller. Can you tell me what other communities our size, other than Calgary, Red Deer, and Edmonton, perhaps, maybe Grand Prairie and Fort McMurray, just because those are pretty much larger cities? I'm just thinking if it is, and I know there's not a large amount of communities that have ATE, but I was just curious as to what they're doing. Do they do it in-house? Do they have a contractor?
A lot of the smaller communities that run ATE do have a contractor.
Right. And then I guess I had a question, and maybe this might be better for a staff sergeant to answer. If we were to go with an in-house program, what would the risk to our officers be, since they're not actually, do they wield a gun?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like there's a risk piece there.
So
personally.
when we're talking about our officers, we're talking about municipal enforcement.
Yeah.
So there is a big training component, and there is no doubt a liability, and it's risk management and what are we getting ourselves involved with. So I can say I have personally worked very closely with Airdrie, with Cochrane Municipal Enforcement. So we do team up a lot with those officers to mitigate that, and that comes to in-house training. Not all incidents require use of force. Not all incidents require that, and that's why we work very closely with those agencies with the training. The provincial government works very closely with them as well, with their handcuffs, with their batons, with their OC spray. So there is other options available to them, just not the firearms at this point.
Gotcha. Thank you.
While you're at the mic, Staff Sergeant, option 3 involves, it says a traffic enforcement unit consisting of community peace officers, RCMP members, or both, and you've worked closely with other communities. Do you have what would be your recommendation with regards to, if we're looking at a traffic enforcement unit versus continuing with the sort of system that we have now?
I think there's a lot of pros and cons to both systems. When we look at automated traffic enforcement, We look at the community as a whole. What does the community expect, and what are the benefits that we're getting out of them? I definitely have some views on automated traffic enforcement, which we previously discussed, but this community, I think, has a lot of benefits with automated traffic enforcement. I often think of a hybrid model because there are times that we as the RCMP do not have resources. We have to focus on other priority calls or mandatories that we have to do where we do not have those resources to go out there and target enforcement. We may be responding to a domestic, to an accident. We just don't have those resources or the luxury of having that dedicated unit here. Whereas automated traffic enforcement, that is their core mandate. That is what they're focusing on. With the changes to the legislation, they specify what they can do and what they can't do. As a police officer, I like that human interaction. I like being able to stop to immediately address that issue so that person is aware of their driving actions and they can make those changes, right? With the new changes to automated traffic enforcement, I don't want to use the analogy of hiding behind a stop sign or a billboard. The changes are very good for the public, I think, with some of the markings on the vehicles.
Yeah, they seem to be positive changes.
There are very much positive changes coming, and we do see driving behaviors change. Again, as a police officer, I want to see that more frequently. I want to have that interaction where I'm stopping, I'm telling if the person is impaired by alcohol or drugs, if the person has warrants, if they don't have insurance on their vehicles. So that would be the con. The pros is the community impact that we're having with automated traffic enforcement.
Thank you. Councillor Graham?
Yeah, I think while I've got you up there, is it a possibility for the RCMP to do the photo radar program straight up without bylaw services?
We either support or don't support it. So as a whole, the RCMP supports photo radar. It's typically run through the communities.
Could it be run through the RCMP?
I can't speak on that. I would be out of terms if I did speak. I don't know of that happening in any communities.
The Calgary Police Service obviously runs theirs different, but similar.
And those are community peace officers as well that are contracted out with the city of Calgary.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
I'll go for a couple.
Councillor Hillstead.
So one of the main concerns that we hear is idling for the ATE. Has there been, I know part of it is just safety, because sometimes they need to be able to move quickly. But have they looked at anything like different battery style things where they get like 12-volt batteries? And so again, like if anyone that's been on a boat or anything, most of the electronics are run off of batteries and people can be out there for days. So I know there's options out there to run the equipment that they need from the car without it idling. But again, is it mainly the safety aspect, or is it they're running the equipment and it's just an extra cost for them if they had to switch over to some kind of battery setup where they can have a terminal set up to charge their equipment, but then I guess in a case when they have to get out of the way, that extra couple seconds trying to turn the vehicle over might cause an issue.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, maybe I'll speak to that and you can jump in. So we're talking about vehicles with a lot of voltage going through them. We hear that all the time with our police vehicles. We did switch to one hybrid vehicle, and we had some issues with that vehicle with the voltage initially. The problem is the radio communications, the computers, the cameras. It requires a lot of energy going through it. With our hybrid vehicles, they kick off for about 10 minutes and then they kick on again. The problem is with the computer system, as soon as that vehicle kicks off, or if we weren't running it off the battery power, everything completely shuts down and you have to restart it again. So it is something that myself as commander and a person who supports the environment and very cautious about that, we're hoping technology is going to catch up with us, but we just do not have that capability right now. It just shuts everything down.
Thank you.
Councillor Graham.
I'll follow up on that one. Is that the same for the ATE? I understand that for police vehicles and EMS, and that makes sense to me. The equipment that we viewed the other day looked like almost all of it had batteries anyways. I look at an electric vehicle as a real solution to not idling there. So is it the same with the ATE device as it is?
You know, I honestly can't answer that to you. I'm going off of our police vehicles, and sorry, I should have referenced that to you. But I just know there is a lot of voltage going through all these vehicles with the computers and the cameras.
Yeah, I certainly understand that with the RCMP vehicles with 100%. But idling is definitely one of the community concerns. And I think it just looks bad on us when we sit there and idle.
That is something that I can follow up with too. If Ms. Miller doesn't want to do that, we talk to them quite frequently.
One more.
Sure.
The Edmonton photo radar program has actually wrapped the vehicle and not just putting, I think what you're saying is putting like an A-frame kind of out. Have we considered going that one step further for a very prominent display of here we are?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So both the wrapping of the vehicle and placing the placards are allowed under the guidelines. And they use the vehicle for other contracted services, not just ATE. So to give the contractor greater flexibility, that's the option that they have gone with.
If it was internal, what would we do?
If it was internal, we would probably wrap the vehicle.
I think that'd be outstanding.
Okay.
If we had one vehicle that was dedicated to photo radar, it's brighter, but both I think are good options. Both meet the requirements of the guidelines. Both are big signs that say drive safely. Both will be noticeable.
Councillor Faubert?
Thank you. Ms. Miller, this recommendation would be for another contract for up to 5 years. At that 5-year term, what do you envision being the future of this type of program for the municipality?
That's a really good question. So the reason we are recommending the 3-year term plus the 2 contract extensions is to see how much we can do with some of the upcoming capital projects that focus on traffic and road safety, and to see what's actually still needed at that point. So it gives us greater flexibility to either extend the contract as it is, or maybe review the terms, or issue a brand new RFP depending on what situation we're in. I think it will take at least 3 years to get to address some of the traffic and road safety concerns that we've seen. And we have a couple of different budget plans coming up, so there's a lot of opportunity, but right now it would help us meet some of our active transportation and our community traffic safety goals.
So if I understand you correctly, one way that we can use the revenue from automated traffic enforcement is to create conditions in which we no longer need automated traffic enforcement.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor McCallum?
I forgot, I'm sorry. Oh, no, I didn't. I wrote it down. Yay, I won. So within the RFP, and I'm not saying that the proponents would necessarily be able to respond to it, but do we have the ability, should we take that direction, to include sort of like a green aspect? You know, do you have an anti-idling or you know, product that you can provide, or some, like, can we embed those kinds of things in the RFP to ask the proponents to respond to that? We can't be the only community that's concerned about idling.
Yeah, it's certainly something that we can
Yeah.
ask for
Like
consideration,
I guess
even as a value add.
Yeah, well, that's what and I'm actually speaking to values. It's about values to a certain extent, and if there's a way we can embed some of those, like for instance, we don't sell pop in our recreation centers, right? And that's a value piece. So if we want to insert more values into that, I'm wondering if that's possible within the RFP. And the only thing that really jumps to mind is just the idling as little as possible, you know, when it's -40. I just think the best way to avoid raise your right foot if you don't want to go to radar ticket, but anyways. Yeah, thanks.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, just on that last piece, Councillor McCallum, would it be fair to say that you would be interested in the RFP having the applicants address, how would we call it, green initiatives, or would that cover it, or should we say idling particularly? Okay, example idling. Okay, very good. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay, so I've got an idea then. If we can get, can we have that recommendation put on the screen, please? Can we put the recommendation on the screen? Is it possible to do that? Well, I was going to change it.
So like in his amendment?
Well, I was just going to add to the end of it. Okay. Okay. All right. So. All right, I'm sorry, I'm just wanting to add. We can maybe just do this verbally, because we can just take a look at it here. We're getting, no, it's the time's too short. Time's too short for the RFP.
Go ahead, were you going to put it at the end?
Yeah. Approach to
Still writing?
issues addressing idling. Okay, so if we could just comma, including addressing their approach to green initiatives, bracket, example, e.g. addressing idling, end bracket. Something like that? Okay, example, vehicle use and or idling. Vehicle type or use?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. So I move the council direct administration to issue, thank you, Dr. Kyle. I move the council direct administration to issue an RFP for the provision of automated traffic enforcement services, speed only, for a 3-year term with 2 one-year options to extend for a total of 5 years, including addressing their approach to green initiatives, e.g. vehicle use and or idling. Is administration, is that clear for administration? Okay. Speaking to this motion, I will support it. I certainly understand that every single option we look at is going to have costs and benefits. And I certainly understand the benefits of other systems as has been discussed by Ms. Miller as well as Staff Sergeant Singleton. I think given the circumstances that we have today, the best recommendation is to continue with the system aligned with what we have right now. From a safety perspective, I believe that there has been some community benefit. directly with regards to the speeding, but there's been a massive community benefit and safety with regards to the projects that have been able to be funded, as well as additional police officers. We're also able to do so in a way that the tickets are more, that they stand up to scrutiny compared to other costs associated with court times, etc. And I'll say this again, as I've said before, to have these funded by those who are choosing to speed does not make me uncomfortable at all. And I really appreciate the types of changes that are coming through. I think that we are going to see greater visibility, which is one of the concerns that people have, and as opposed to these hidden camera type things that that people think of when they can't see the vehicle, and the various criteria that's going to be used to select locations. I'm looking to discussion from council. Councillor Hillstead.
I concur, and I will also support.
Okay, Councillor Mera.
Thank you. I will fully support this recommendation. I thank Sergeant Singleton for coming forward and standing behind this. And I also am supportive of all the programs that it allows us to put out in the community for safety. And I also would be concerned, I support this because I would be concerned about bringing something in-house that we've been talking about having recruiting and getting staff in all aspects of our town. So this, with the contractor, they have to look after staffing and equipment, etc. So I will support this motion.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I support the continued delivery of this program through contracted services. I will support this motion and going out to an RFP for another 3-year term with a potential extension for up to 5 years. I think there are two things at that time, right? Like the revenues that we're getting from photo radar are being used well to create improved safety in our community and safety on our roads. If we're able to use photo radar revenues to decrease the need for photo radar, that's a win in the future. And that's where I think that integrated traffic unit then comes into play, because that's not an automated traffic enforcement system. That's managing the use of the roadways that we've created through these additional revenues for infrastructure. And that is the future state that I think we can get to, but we're not there yet. I also think that the contract has been managed well by administration and the RCMP. I think the new guidelines are responsive to concerns, which is exactly what you want to see in the evolution of a program like this that is monitored by the provincial government. It's not just being left on its own for problems to incubate. Problems have reached the Office of the Solicitor General and Justice Department. They've looked into it, they've reviewed it, and things are happening to change, especially, the placards, right? That's a great example of an issue that many people have raised around a discomfort level with the delivery of that service. So to see the province come back with new guidelines gives me what I need, the confidence I need to continue moving forward with this program into the future. I think that if we were to bring this in-house, it would create more work and cost more money. And that isn't the direction I think we should be heading in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this motion. I've never been an advocate for speeding. I have never gotten a photo radar ticket. I think I've only ever gotten 2 speeding tickets in my entire life. I am very much about safety. And I haven't seen any data that supports this program making our streets safer. The spin-offs The money that we generate has certainly gone to making our streets safer. I appreciate that a lot. I think over the years, a lot of the community feedback on this program has been the execution of it. Where we set up, how much time is spent in certain locations, idling, notifications, seeing the same notification in the paper every week that tells you absolutely nothing about where that program may or may not be. The fact that we're mostly going after tourists with this program. As a tourist town, I'm not so sure that that's really good for us in the end. The cost differential between doing this externally versus doing it internally was negligible, in my opinion. And I have a really hard time getting behind for-profit law enforcement. For me, the transparency there and the desire to turn this into a revenue-generating model is just too strong. We spend too much time in off-ramps, not enough time in school zones. I find it quite odd that the 30 zone over the bridge, which is where we have some of the most pedestrian traffic, is one of the spots that we're going to remove. We've removed one location, in my opinion, through engineering, and that would be Palliser. This program, in my opinion, hasn't done anything to reduce speed in this town. For all of those reasons, I won't support this motion, and I would prefer that we bring this in-house. Thank you.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I will be supporting the recommendation. I believe our photo radar program to be a modern, ATE in general, photo radar, a modern, efficient way of enforcing speed. We don't use horses to transport goods anymore, so if we have a more efficient way of enforcing, we should try and at least try it, and we have. I believe we're incredibly transparent on how we spend the revenues that we receive at the town of Canmore, and we've switched it up over the years. We've decided to go with different ideas to see how they get traction. And I believe that those projects are providing safety within our community and making our streets safer in our community. I would argue that we're not going after anybody. If you choose to break the law and speed, that's you. When I go to Calgary and I get a photo radar ticket, it doesn't make me want to not go to Calgary anymore. It just makes me actually do this and pull my foot off the gas, because it's my fault. It's not the municipality's fault, it's my fault. So, and as much as I really don't want to get into debate with you, the idea of for-profit law enforcement is very interesting. Everything on that gentleman's body has come from the market. Everything on that gentleman's body. So that is for profit. His pants, his shirt, his gun, down to his haircut, the badges, everything. Somebody has made a buck off of. So I think it's kind of naive, unfortunately, to say you're not in favor of for-profit law enforcement. More importantly, I think the person that you should be the most angry with is the provincial government. They're taking far more and are being very unaccountable with how their money is spent, incredibly unaccountable. And as we heard earlier, the 30 zone over the bridge was not removed because we chose to remove it. It was because the provincial government chose to remove it based on feedback by people just like yourself. So I will be supporting the recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Ma.
That was an awkward moment, Mr. Singleton. Wow. I felt for you there, sir. This is a tricky one here. I really appreciate how our revenue helps us support 1.5 RCMP positions. And at the same time, I can hear Councillor Graham's piece where there potentially is a negligible difference between going in-house versus a contracted service. And is there value to the community in having it go in-house versus that negligible? It's totally possible. In my mind, I would also like to see, as we go for RFP, I really appreciate Councillor McCallum's suggestion. Let's, up the demands of our RFP in terms of like green initiatives, drop the idling down. I would really like to see a more competitive rate or portion. And I actually really appreciate seeing this in a shorter period of time. So maybe rather than, if we find that we cannot get an RFP that gives us a rate we desire that cannot meet the green initiatives that we have, then maybe go for a shorter contract term so we're not missing the gap of the end of August and then start exploring in-house at the same time. Having said all that, that is not being tabled here on this motion. So I'm trying to think where I'm going to sit with this.
Well, you don't absolutely have to declare right now.
Okay.
You can think about it, because I'm going to add a few more points.
Oh, are you, sir? Okay, thank you. All right. Yeah. Woo!
First of all, with regards to what Councillor McCallum said, I concur. And to Councillor Graham's comments, I've seen data that it clearly addresses speed. Those who are around it most are getting ticketed less. They're learning that they have to obey the speed limit. For those who are coming to our community, I say welcome. I say enjoy yourself. I say I hope that you have a great time, but please be safe. Please follow the posted speed limits. And if you don't, you can expect to get a ticket. I don't know how you can separate safety of the benefits from it with safety from the, not having a personal encounter at the time of the ticket. They're related. And we have traffic calming measures and various equipment and programs, as well as police officers. That is safety that is coming directly from this program. And I think that your primary argument was around, you said that most people have a problem with how it's delivered. Well, that's changing. And so let's evaluate it under the new criteria and not use arguments against the old criteria. So I think that it's the best system that we can have and afford. Is it perfect? Of course it's not. But this is the best system that we can to implement and get the benefits from. Councillor Graham, I'll give you another moment there. Sure.
Merci beaucoup. I just wanted to say that I agree that the province taking the cut that they do take and the lack of accountability there is disappointing, to say the least. If that money was reinvested back into our community for safety initiatives, amazing, but we certainly do not see that.
And that's not going to change regardless of the system.
And that's not going to change regardless of what we do or how we do it, but I would like to see us can anybody, I suppose we can't go back on this one. I wanted to know details about how the option so we've got a 3-year contract and then an option for 1 year and 1 more year. And we failed to get any details on how that would be extended, but.
Well, it's usually contractually based, and if things are going well with the contract, you usually offer an option, and the other party also has an option to decide if they would like to continue or not. I mean, that's how options work.
Bring it on.
All right, so I'll now call the question. All those in favor? Carried, with Councillor Graham opposed. Given the time and not all councillors can stay later, I am going to be proposing that we postpone item H3, the strategic plan, to the June meeting. I'm not seeing anybody jumping up and saying, no, don't do that. So I move that agenda item H3, Council 2023-2026 strategic plan be postponed to the June regular meeting of Council. There's a motion on the floor. Council Faubert, did you want to speak to that?
I just thought that because we have a public hearing on the 24th,
yeah,
that date might be available if the 1st of June meeting is full up. She's on vacation.
I'm on vacation.
But
I would hesitate to put anything on the 24th, given I don't know what we're going to see with regards to the public hearing.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
I am not here on the June meeting.
What's that?
I will be on Zoom for the 1st of June meeting.
June 7th meeting, or the June meeting will be on Zoom.
Yeah.
Everybody.
I will be in Toronto.
Yeah, everybody's going to be on Zoom on that one. Okay.
I'm in favor.
Except for what we need to do to meet the MGA requirements of having somebody right here in case anybody wants to show up and look at the screen. Right, okay. So there's a motion on the floor. Councillor Graham, did you have something you wanted to add?
I just wondered how long we thought H3 would take and if Councillor McCallum has any flexibility in her schedule.
I'm thinking it would take 15 to 20 minutes. Okay. Okay, motion is on the table. No other discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now I will move adjournment of the meeting. All those in favor? Carried unanimously.